The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Kings were crushed and knights anointed at the SuperUnited Rapid and Blitz in Zagreb, Croatia. Our leader remains unchanged, but a tightly knit pack of pursuers are hot on his heels. It was a frustrating day for reigning world champion Magnus Carlsen, who was outplayed by Shahryar Mamedyarov, losing his first game of the event and falling to the middle of the standings. Dutch superstar Jordan van Foreest demolished world champion candidate Ian Nepomniachtchi to tie for second place with American phenom Wesley So. Pieces are in place and the pairings are set. Day 3 of exciting chess coming up next.
Welcome everyone to day 3 of the Grand Chess Tour. Behind me, the Art Pavilion in the heart of Zagreb. Will any of our players create a masterpiece in the last day of our Rapids? Let's find out with our commentators, Miro, Yasser, and Cristian.
Hello everyone and welcome to our live coverage of the 2022 Grand Chess Tour from beautiful Zagreb, Croatia. We are in day 3 of the Rapid Chess competition, our last day of competition in the Rapids. I'm Yasser, along with Miro in studio here in St. Louis. Miro, great. Well, first of all, welcome everybody to our wonderful coverage. And Miro, I wanted to ask you about some observations that you picked up after 2 rounds of play.
Yeah, well, there's been a lot, Yasser. So first of all, we had quite a few of, let's describe it as good games. Then we had crazy games, and then as a Firouzja with Mamedyarov comes to mind, yeah.
Right.
And overall, young guys performing very well was a bit of a surprise. And Magnus one more time steals the show. This time by playing badly, losing the game, being in the middle of a pack. Yeah, a lot of excitement, of course.
Wonderful. And take a look at the standings, and who's on top, Miro?
Yeah, who's on top? It's Alireza Firouzja himself alone, and if anything, he could have scored more.
Wow.
Right, on 9 points after 6 rounds. Yeah, a tie for the second, Wesley So and Jordan van Foreest, and I guess Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is also in the zone.
Exactly. 2 standout names looking there, Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepo, 2 of the strongest players in the world, languishing at 50% or even less. Miro, that's quite a surprise.
Yeah, that's a big surprise. Yes, something happens to Magnus, obviously, after this announcement that he steps from the World Crown. Yeah,
and our format.
Format. I will not reread it once again. It's just a service announcement to the players. It's a last day of Rapid. So if you guys are planning to score double points in Rapid, it's the day to do it.
Now is the time indeed. And our remaining schedule.
Yeah, as been said, so today we have rounds 7 to 9, 3 last Rapid rounds, and then starting from tomorrow, it's going to be a lot of Blitz, 18 rounds in total, and if necessary, we'll have a playoff on the last day.
Wonderful. And Cristian, nice to see you in studio, my friend. What do you think about our leaders?
Great to see you guys. Good to be back in the studio calling the action of the best chess players, and we have them here at the Grand Chess Tour. And what a tournament it was, but I want to focus on the top 3, and we're going to start with one Wesley So, the American who is extremely consistent in every single event that he plays, and you can see that from his line score. He started off with a tame 2 draws. After that, he scored twice in in a row, and after that finished it off in round 5 and 6 with 2 draws. Definitely a very consistent player, and he has been showing that consistency all throughout his career. But in round number 7, he has a big clash ahead of himself against one Magnus Carlsen. After that, he will be facing the current leader, Alireza Firouzja, and he will top it off in round number 9 with Shahryar Mamedyarov. Definitely not an easy path in the last day. One other player that I'm having my eyes on, and I told you about yesterday as well, is Grandmaster Jordan van Foreest, the Dutchman who has been impressing in this event. In last year's event, he scored only 2 victories. Well, in this event, he started with 2 victories. Blazing hot start for this young man. Unfortunately for him, he fell under the sharp sword of Wesley So in round number 3, but that game could have went any other way. And after that, in round 6, that was a demolition with the black pieces against Jan Nepomniachtchi. What an impressive 2 days this young man has had. And of course, we have to talk about his road ahead. Today, a big opportunity in round 7 against Westin Topalov, who unfortunately for him is struggling up to this point in this event. After that, against Magnus Carlsen in round 8, and finishing it off with a big clash against Alireza Firouzja, who is indeed the man of the hour right now. He is the current leader in the standings, and what a brilliant start for this young man. In the first day, 2 victories out of 3, started blazing hot. After that, tamed off in the second day. Nevertheless, he finished it off in round 6 against a crucial victory against Shahryar Mamedyarov. And let's take a look at his road ahead. Well, he's starting off against Dominguez, who unfortunately for him hasn't been showing his best chess. Nevertheless, still a very dangerous opponent. Round 8 against Wesley So, and finishing it off with a big clash against Van Foreest. Needless to say, we're going to have a lot of exciting games today, and we also have our good friends in Zagreb, Anastasia and Alejandro, to tell us all about the atmosphere in Zagreb. Guys.
Thank you, Cristian, and welcome to Zagreb. We are your on-site commentators. I'm Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez here with woman Grandmaster Anastasia Karlovich. We've had a blast so far because, guys, it's the last day of Rapids here at the Grand Chess Tour. But besides the tournament itself, we have a festival of chess. We've had simultaneous exhibitions. We've had a lot of other things happening here in Zagreb. Anastasia, tell us a little bit about what you've seen.
Yeah, hello everyone. Hello Alejandro, St. Louis. Yeah, I mean, there are some side events here, and we know that Kasparov Chess Foundation invited Ukrainian refugee kids here in Zagreb to visit Grand Chess Tour, but also to take part in the session with Garry Kasparov. And today the session has started, and can you imagine this pleasure to be present in the lessons of the world champion Garry Kasparov himself? So I've been there, I've taken some photos, I've listened a little bit. It was really nice. I mean, experience for Ukrainian kids, especially during these difficult times. And I just wanted to mention that also all kids took part in this simultaneous exhibition which took place after the opening ceremony. And Igor Samunenkov, one Ukrainian great talent, he even made a draw with Wesley So. Can you imagine that?
It's impressive. And remember, it's not just a simul of a lot of people. He was focused on only 4 boards, Wesley was. And still, Igor, well, he held him to a draw. It was a great game, and he's a great talent. You were mentioning he even has a Grandmaster norm at the age of 13.
Yeah, exactly. I think maybe even Evgeny knows more about him. Maybe he will tell a little bit after that. And what a great result. I mean, good training for Wesley So.
Absolutely, he'll need it because Wesley has a huge pairing to start the day. He'll be playing world champion, for now, Magnus Carlsen to start the day. Guys, back to the studio to see all of the pairings that await in round 7.
Thank you, Alejandro, and thank you, Anastasia. What an opportunity of lifetime to train with Garry Kasparov. That is really remarkable. But Miro, please lay the table for our round 7 pairings. Oops.
We have Alireza already. He has taken his place. He is facing Dominguez. Yeah,
yes.
That's also a very, very important game for Alireza. His closest rivals both have white pieces. Wesley So has been set against Magnus Carlsen. And one Foreest perhaps has a chance because he is against Westin Topalov, also with white. Topalov is not performing very well, so let's see how it goes. Mamedyarov against MVL.
That's a game to watch.
Yeah, that's a game to watch as well. Yeah, like MVL is still within a striking distance if we are talking about winning the rapid. And Sarich faces Nepo. Nepo, well, my boy. Not, not
Commentator's curse. That's what you've done. And there you have even Sarich on the left with the white pieces. I wanted to say that Westin Topalov, pardon me, he started the tournament day 1 with 3 losses. Day 2, he righted the ship with 3 draws, which leaves 3 victories for day 3, and then he'll have gone through the entire sequence that's available. There we see Jordan on the left. My understanding, Miro, is that they're going to take some random person out of the audience and say, how would you like to make the opening first move? And I must say, if they pick Djokovic, I'm going to say the fix is in. What about you?
Well, yeah.
That would be random person.
Random person. That's always how it goes, I believe, yes. I never trust this random, you know, when they pick random person, it happens to be a friend of a friend most of the times.
Right.
Yes, the players are set and ready. I believe we have like 1 minute before this round starts.
I just want to say a big shout out to the Croatian organizers there. When I look at the photos and the videos of the staging, the lighting, and the audience, it looks just great. I mean, as a player, I just feel so good about such venues.
And one thing I don't think we can count out is one player that we cannot count out is Magnus Carlsen.
Right.
And he's only 2 points. That's striking distance behind Wesley So and Jordan Van Foreest, and 3 points behind Ali Reza. But right now in round 7, well, that's a big clash against Wesley. So this one is going to be, I think, the game of the round for us.
This is the random person.
Who's the random person?
And
well,
Wesley
she gets a
said,
smile from Magnus Carlsen. That's not bad.
Exactly. I don't know, Miro. She looks like she's ready to push the pieces.
Yeah, D4.
D2, D4.
D4 for Wesley So, and I have to say Wesley So is better against Magnus Carlsen according to this engine running at,
right.
you know,
At the moment. And
at the
guess
background.
What? Did he keep it on?
Yeah,
the board? No.
D4 was accepted.
I think that we just switched games there. This looks MVL. This is the game that, D2, D4 was the move that Wesley played. Surprising. Well, this is the tough part about playing against Magnus, is he deviates with the Slav defense. That came out of nowhere, and a kind of an invitation to play exchange Slav if you're Wesley. Wesley likes, and there you go.
And he does.
And for Magnus, you know, because he plays the Queen's Gambit Decline, the Grunfeld, he could play so many systems. How often does Magnus play the Slav, Cristian?
Definitely not very often.
Right.
I haven't seen him play Slav almost at all. And definitely I did not expect exchange Slav from Wesley. So I don't think I've seen him ever to play this one. He usually goes for the main lines, you know, knight f3, knight c3, allows d takes c4 and so on, goes into those very long, sharp lines. But it seems like he wants a different type of game against Magnus Carlsen.
Knight h5, hitting the bishop. That's a very different wrinkle. I mean, I'm not going to say it's a novelty because I'm sure it's been played before, but definitely off the beaten track there, Miro.
I don't like this move, the last move.
Knight f6?
Magnus plays, yeah.
Why?
I mean, knowing how solid Wesley often is, that's why. It is your answer.
That's a good point. Yes, that is a good
knight
point.
h5, bishop d2, knight f6. Will Wesley even try?
I think he has to. I mean, I've seen him. Oh no!
E6.
There we go.
Magnus says, "Look, Wesley, I'm the world champion."
There we go.
After all, let's not forget.
I am the world champion. But with this move, e7, e6, he does entomb, let's say, the bishop on c8. It would be a kind of an intriguing, for me, move, bishop g5. And I really have to ask Cristian, once again, this line of play? It's known?
It has been played quite a few times, actually.
Really?
Yes, knight to h5, it seems like we have close to 300 games
Whoa.
in this one. So quite a few, indeed.
That's a
Bishop
lot.
to e5 is one of them, and this is actually what I was expecting from Wesley if he tries to get some more of an awkward and imbalanced play. And then you have to contend with ideas of f6, then e6. The knight is a little bit oddly placed, and then whenever you take on g3, you're going to open up the h file. You have to contend with that because there's going to be an attack coming against your h7 pawn every time you castle short. At the same time, you do relinquish the two bishops as white, and that's probably not a good idea. Now, he decided to go for the very peaceful bishop to d2, and then e6, rook to c1, still plenty of games in this position.
Wow.
And I'm looking at some of the top games. Let's see what we have right now. Nair seems to be one of the main proponents of this one, as well as Ivan Saric. So still quite a few games have been played in this position. Nothing new. Nevertheless, Wesley, so I said it at the beginning of this game, he does not play the exchange Slav. So I don't know how aware he is of all these wrinkles.
Thank you for those insights. For me, I have played the exchange Slav, and I must admit that in my practice, nobody played knight h5 against me. I mean, so I caught unawares by this move. Now, the move rook c1, everybody understands. Rooks belong on open piles, but it also feels like white is waiting for black to play a move like knight f6, so he could play bishop to g5, or maybe bishop to d6. And in those lines that where you could play an f6, this knight on h5 looks a little bit stranded, but I must admit, I find the whole line rather confusing myself. We'll keep an eye on this. What other games have you been looking?
Well, Mamedyarov against MVL seems pretty unbalanced, if you ask me.
Whoa.
Because that's
what is it?
Somehow MVL found, yeah, that's exactly what where I was going. So MVL found a way to play the Sveshnikov against the English opening. So the pawn is on e2, but black structure, if you check it, it's
right?
Sveshnikov Sicilian.
Sveshnikov Sicilian from an English opening.
Yeah, a check here, d6, a3.
You can
and
say
he just trades, goes bishop e6.
MVL is a natural-born Sicilian player. Bishop to g5. Okay, so he's basically saying, I don't think you want to take that pawn.
Yeah, and maybe you don't have the alternative as well, because black would be going d5, right? In case of b3, like d5, you're against two bishops, but the development advantage is huge for black. So
and
black
the pawn on b3 maybe is a bit of a target. So bishop g5, bishop takes, bishop.
So pawn takes, because if you take with the queen, it's
then
well,
it's
all
a
of a
4.
sudden,
Maybe knight e4,
quite a few jumps. Yeah, knight e4, knight d6 with a check.
And the bishop
Even
also.
this position is not clear, yeah? Queen e6, knight takes d6, king e7, and it's...
Yeah, that's an unclear position, but yeah, once again, why not take with the pawn, says MVL.
Right, bishop. He took with the pawn, and by the way, he is a pawn up.
He's a pawn up, yeah.
Bishop g2, f5. This appears, it doesn't appear in my database in front of me, so I'm assuming that's a novelty. Castles, castles, and we're up to date with the players.
And actually, white had the opportunity to regain the pawn at that point with bishop takes c6, and then queen a4. That would have been an interesting option.
Queen a4.
Especially due to the fact that after bishop e6, queen takes c6, you cannot parry it by intercepting that check with queen d7 or bishop d7, because you're going to lose material. So you have to move the king and lose the right to castle. King to f8, I'm not sure about that, because rook to d1 is coming.
Yeah, perhaps king e7 is safer.
Maybe king to e7 is the better placement. And then again, castle, I put my rooks on d1 and I try to target your d pawn as much as possible. That was an option. Of course, you can still probably play bishop to d5. This is what I'm seeing from the position. You have to somehow gain control, full control of the d5 square. So I see that as a potential with bishop to d5. What do you guys think?
Well, again, that d5 square is so very, very promising.
Important, crucial.
The compromised king side, but I would say full compensation, but it's always one of those things when you sit there and say, I have compensation, Miro, but do I have advantage?
Yeah,
It's
and,
not quite
it's an
clear.
elusive thing, this compensation, right? It's
Right.
here and it's gone once you, yeah. By the way, it's a little bit old-fashioned evaluation. Wouldn't you agree, Yasser?
What's
like
that?
compensation.
Compensation.
So we used to say it when there was no engines, and basically
Right.
there was another way of saying, I have no clue how to evaluate this position. Yeah, I'm
No.
some material down, but I have an initiative, right?
Yeah,
And
no,
now-
it was the lazy man's guide to
Yeah.
annotating games.
Yeah, compensation, unclear. What was that?
Brilliant.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, that way you didn't have to work too hard. You could just stop the thought and continue. But yes, compensation, an old-fashioned concept.
Old-fashioned way, yeah, because it could mean literally anything. From I have a winning attack for the pawn I've sacrificed, or I'm barely reaching a draw, right?
Right.
And it's still compensation. Yeah,
It's
I've lost some
compensation,
material. I'll
yeah.
probably make a draw in this position. That's compensation.
Do
So-
we like bishop d5,
Yeah,
by the
we
way?
probably do like bishop d5. I was looking at putting the rook to d1, but then knight d4 was a little bit annoying. Yeah. So bishop
felt that
d5,
rook
Yeah,
d1
f to
Oh,
d1.
excuse me?
Yeah, and then if I'm entitled to play e3, I'm kind of happy, right? But rook d1, knight d4 is what annoys
And
me. And then knight
you-
b3 is a threat, and I'll have to make quite a few, unpleasant decisions, perhaps.
Okay. So,
So
he
bishop
did, by the
d5
way, play
sounds-
rook on A,
Rook a to
C1.
c1.
Kind of inviting.
of
Maybe
inviting
wants
this.
he wants
Knight
to win the
d5.
bishop.
Yeah, so he would be forced to take, right?
So that's Shek's idea that knight d4 will be met by knight d5. Very interesting. We'll keep an eye on this one. I just wanted to check back in with Wesley to see what he, wow,
Nothing
a2,
has happened
a3.
Nothing.
So just a
Nothing
second.
yet.
Rook c1, knight f6. Here I thought he would pounce with bishop g5, a2, a3.
I think what he wants is wait for black to commit the bishop either to d6 or e7, and then put it either on f4, put his own dark square bishop either on f4 or g5. Now that black committed on e7, I will play bishop to f4. Now that opens up the discussion. What are you going to do after knight to h5? Are you going to go back and also propose this repetition once again? He had the opportunity to do that as well instead of a3 with the move bishop to f4. Now it seems like let's wait and see what Wesley is going to choose to do in this point, because you don't want to play e3, right, and lock the
No.
bishop on d2. You want your bishop on the other side of the pawn chain. So bishop to f4 or bishop to g5, maybe even h3.
Yeah,
in
you
the
could try
position
h3,
is
that's what I was
an
thinking.
idea.
Yeah, so wait one more move, but then your bishop's comfortable.
Bishop
on
f4 and then
f4.
bishop h2, drop it, yes.
Boy, what are all of the aggressive youths of America to make of yourselves? A3, H3. I mean,
Okay, you want
don't
an aggressive
overdo
move.
it.
Yeah, so you want an aggressive move. Okay, after I waited for you to play bishop e7, how about g4?
Now we're talking.
How about
Thank
g4? Yeah,
you.
g7 is not protected. g4,
Thank
let's
you.
go.
Let's do it.
Guys,
The
you
Kara's
played
attack.
the exchange Slav. Can you not make such moves, please? Once you play the
This is
exchange Slav,
Wesley.
it's
Wesley
signal
was
the fact that
Wesley
you don't
and
want to
exchange
play
Slav
any
we're
basic
talking about,
chess.
exactly.
Take it easy. Relax, relax. G4 would definitely roil the waters. We'll keep an eye on that. Let's just jump to the game of the local hero, Evgenij Sarich, versus Nepo for just, whoa. Now we're back into the territory of the Sveshnikov. A very theoretical.
That's knight of, no?
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes,
excuse
yeah,
me. Of course it is.
Knight of
Every time I
variation,
see
yeah.
these variations with a pawn
whatever
on
D5
D5,
pawn
or
is, yeah.
I somehow, because that 2018 World Championship match where we got these structures with the pawn on D5 right here, I think it must be.
Yeah, it was coming from the Sveshnikov. Yeah.
But it's not. Knight D7. Well, two bishops. What do you make of this position?
Yeah, I
Two
have
bishops?
to say, it all looks like it went extremely successful. By the night of standards, it went extremely successful for white.
Exactly.
Right, because by that point, like usually I think those structures itself, they are, well, black scores well, but objectively it's very good for white. Like white already figured out how to play it. Plus black didn't castle, plus he went h6 for whatever reason, and now whenever you castle g5, I don't care if I sacrifice a pawn or immediately opening the king. So black struggles, and the only question is, why on earth, Jan has 25 minutes in this position? Could it be like it's either preparation or basically I'm giving away on this tournament, I'm just like, I don't care. I mean, so two reasons for
There's no way
25
this is
minutes.
preparation.
No, I can't
There's
believe
not a
he's
single
giving up
chance
on
this
the
is
tournament or
preparation.
anything
He's
like that.
completely busted.
Yeah, well,
He's completely busted?
From an objective point of view, right now, the eval says something along the lines of plus 2.5.
Wow.
So that's completely busted.
I would never
lose a
have
lot.
guessed.
And wait a
It
second,
was
I'm also
so,
looking at the lines, like in every line, the G5 move is
Correct.
like, yes, I'm
Yes.
will not overload with, computer variation, that basically the main idea, so that whenever
the
you try to
castle.
move, it's like, it's always G5.
And then, how do you kill it?
G5,
Most
H5,
likely follow it up with
and
F4,
what does
right?
it do? F4, yeah, so the trick is you did not get the bishop on G7. I think F4 should be done with care if black is on time to play G6, Rook E8,
see.
bishop F8, bishop G7, but it's a little bit, he's a little bit too late.
I see. But again, castles, G5, H4, F4, and I've always seen Najdorf players happily ensconce a knight on the
Yeah, so
E5
bishop
square.
takes,
But I
and
also have, maybe I
do
can
have
take with a
queens.
queen.
you could take with the queen, but
Well,
the
I want to
bishop
go
takes
queen,
as well.
queen E4 or queen F5 and put some pressure if you allow me to. Now also, the big problem is that my knight is coming into play right now. So I go knight
Yeah,
to
knight
D4, knight to
D4 and
F5,
then landed
or
on
knight to
C6.
C6.
That's another thing, yeah. So I would actually still take with the bishop, then just go knight D4 and then knight C6 the threat, knight F5 is the threat.
The knight coming to D4, that is
a problem.
really an issue. If the bishop's not on F6.
If you
I'm
would have
be-
G6 and bishop G7, I think black would be perfectly fine.
I'm beginning to warm up to the fact that Nepo has issues, right? I mean, he has issues. But this idea that he stands so badly, I find that really kind of a
But
surprise,
also
because
queen
I've
to
just seen...
C7. This looks extremely slow. And now we have
Queen
G5, knight
C7.
B6, G takes H6. I mean, where is the king? Where is the black king going at this point?
Always a question that you have
Nowhere.
to answer yourself.
I guess nowhere. But
in the
I'm
opening.
opening you up with F4, right?
Well, we're about to see who's getting there first, because black's idea would, to my eyes, is appearing, I'm going to just stay in the center, and I'm about to play knight C4.
That's okay,
And-
but every time you play knight C4, I go bishop C1.
Yeah, that's what they do with white. Yeah, and it looks like we've concentrated all the forces against the king. So similar
And
to
she's
this
my
Mamedyarov on
maximum.
Foreest, right?
Yeah, kind of,
And
and she's
it tends to be not enough. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Does look like Nepo, who has been suffering, is in trouble. By the way, sorry, I'm a pawn grabber. Is knight takes D5 on tap?
Well, it's white to move, and white apparently, well, the strongest move for white is to go F4, it seems, yeah. And then you
Really?
could take a pawn.
And by the
then
way,
he
he's
doesn't
done
really
it.
care. Yeah, F4 played. And
An invitation to go munching, if you will. No,
Knight
thank
to
you. Knight to
C4.
C4. And again, we talked about the pawn on B2. We expecting the calm, rational bishop C1. Okay, let me again try to be a little bit of an advocate for Nepo's position. I don't believe myself, by the way. I mean,
It seems like this one is going to be a very complex battle. Nevertheless, it does seem like Ivan has gotten a great
He's
deal out of
taken.
it.
catches on C4. Which
Wow.
apparently is the strongest move.
Perhaps you can take on
By
E5.
the
and I think
engine,
you're just
even though
getting
it
killed
looks,
Oh, he sacrificed
very
a piece.
scared.
Yes.
Bishop takes
Yeah, very
C4,
scary.
B takes
B
C4,
takes C4, you can
open
move
up the
the
B
knight.
file, don't move your knight, and Ivan said, I had no intention of moving my knight. Wow.
Again, it's all about the black king right now. And the black king is in shambles.
E6, rook F1.
I don't think you can take the piece. I think
And that's the
you want to
problem.
take on
I mean,
E5.
I win a piece, but I'm losing tempi, and my king is in rough seas. I'm seeing rook F1, rook F8, bishop H6, and
Yeah,
I'm
so
not
that's how
I'm
you
not
end up
signing
doing
up
that.
for that. This looks very, very bad. I can't think of a better word for Jan. Something's gone wrong.
It's busted. I mean, this one is probably going to be over very soon.
Wow. Wow. We'll keep an eye on this. I'm going to jump back to Wesley. So
I think we should go to our leader, Yasser, because we haven't seen Ali Reza's game. He's definitely developing quite nicely, and this is a big opportunity for him, because it does seem like he got not the better end after the opening battle, but he knows the position better, at least according to the time expenditure that we have on the clock.
Okay, it was a Joko piano with h3, knight a6. The players actually played very, very quickly, linear on the white side.
Not so quickly for linear. Only 14 minutes left on his clock and 23 for Ali Reza.
All right. And I don't know, Miro. My first thought is if you told me this came from a Petrov, I could easily imagine that. Knight e5. Some issues still for black here? I mean, I don't think you want to trade and allow my queen to come to h5.
Yeah, like one of those positions where, like, first thing to notice, you think, okay, the d4 is an isolated pawn, right? But here I don't think it matters as a weakness, because how you not ending up exchanging on e5 one day.
Exactly.
Right? I think you cannot tolerate this knight forever. So.
Exactly. And
white
moves like bishop e6 seem to invite not only knight g5, but even the potential, well, I will take the pawn.
Take this guy,
and I will sacrifice in exchange if you allow it. Also, so, but bishop e6, knight g5 is just asking for trouble. Yeah. So we don't expect that, but on the other hand, if you do take with the knight and I recapture, the queen may land on your doorstep anyway, provoke some weaknesses.
Question is, where is black's play, right? This knight on e5 is so annoying to deal with.
Exactly. What is the, Christian, what is the engine solution for Ali Reza's situation?
Well, it's not as clear-cut. The engine wants to go knight f4, knight g to f4. Try to destabilize, at least relieve some of the pressure on the b1, h7 diagonal. Knight to f4, you probably want to drop back to f1. Otherwise, if you go to c2, well, first of all, you're not going to have a clear way to create this battery. But also, you have to contend with ideas of bishop takes h3 at times and all these sacrifices. I think you want to keep the bishop next to the king.
Okay.
And now the question is, okay, you put the knight on f4, but those knights are kind of battling for position with each other.
Right.
Superfluous knights, at one Dvoretsky said about these beautiful knights. The problem is, it seems like black wants to play on the queen side now with the move a4.
Wow, not intuitive play.
Which is by any means intuitive.
No,
absolutely.
No. Whoa.
He took on e5, bishop takes e5.
He did. He gave
bishop e5, yeah. That's
e5.
Much more human move.
I was about to say, I agree with that.
Like you have
but it's also made with a heavy heart, because
you're not
the two
happy
bishops
doing this, but as I said, like, you can't really tolerate the knight on e5. Yeah, computer can, but for humans, you check this, that, it's always this knight's annoying, so you just end up trading it.
Let's just pursue one or two more moves. Knight takes e5. Again, the reason I'm capturing with the knight is I want to open up the queen.
He took with the pawn. D takes e5.
He took with the pawn. But yeah, wait a sec. If he takes with the pawn, are we in time with, like, knight f4 is one thing, queen c8, I would think. Queen c8, bishop. I really want to play bishop f5 badly.
Very much so, to neutralize. I was actually more of the
he jumps with
persuasion
the other
that I want to get, just as Christian was saying, this bishop, if I could persuade you to move your bishop to f1, then what you wanted was your bishop f5. Then that struck me as a very forcing blow.
So now perhaps that you don't have the dark square bishop on the board as black, maybe I can play the move bishop to e4 and not have to worry about any sort of like checkmates or any sort of attacking ideas on the king side.
Is nice. Yeah, maybe we have to adjust a little bit. We just see the king with white. Yeah, and how about the central play? Like we go queen c2, we go rook
Bishop
a to d1
yes.
something. And
Right.
maybe we're just better this way.
Queen
do.
c2, I think you have to stop knight d3, right?
Right.
And bishop d5, rook
And rook
d1,
a to
and we get this
d1.
type of...
Well, at least
Natural position, I
I feel like I've
Yeah, you've exchanged this one.
successfully traded off.
Oh yeah, but wait a second. Then queen takes.
Queen takes,
Right.
yeah.
And now I'm guessing knight e6, you lose in exchange to bishop b4,
yes.
right?
Right.
Discovered attack. And if knight d5, then harry the h pawn. All of a sudden start. It's very standard in such positions. Like you have the knight on g6, it's very good. It defends the king and so on. But what it allows is the h pawn starts marching. And
The tempo gaining.
Yeah.
Well, we'll just definitely keep an eye on this one too, as our tournament leader seems to be under a little bit of pressure. Still has some
But he's doing
issues to
great on
save.
time. I think this is quite important because Dominguez only 12 minutes on the clock. This is not going to be an easy position.
By the way, we do have a different take altogether. After knight f4,
Bishop C2 was played.
not bishop e4, but bishop c2. And
we expect bishop to e6, right? It
Quickly
makes a lot
played.
of sense to open up that. And he did play it.
bishop e6 idea, you know, to rearrange. Okay, let's go back for just a second. One of the things, strategically speaking, is your pieces, you want them on effective squares. You take a look at this bishop, and Miro, the first thing you said is play queen c8 and put your bishop on an effective square. Ali Reza had a different approach, but something very similar. He said that his bishop
Belongs
would
to
be
D5.
very, very nicely placed on d5. It will hit that guy on f3. It will defend on f7. So he was looking for piece rearrangement. And Lanier said, I gotcha. I know what you're talking about. I am not going to let you play bishop d5 and knight e6. Rook e4. And that move
hits
looks
the
very,
knight,
very
yeah.
troubling.
Hits the knight. If knight d5, then I probably have
Yeah,
knight,
knight
d4 as white.
Exactly. That was well timed. A great move by Lanier, provided, of course, knight d3 doesn't cause a mistake, and rook d4 looks like a great answer. So I like this move a lot, and I think I'm really warming to Lanier's position. As our tournament leader, well, guess what? He took a step backwards, an indication of something amiss, knight d4.
Knight d4
But he
looks
made a
attractive.
very good point yesterday, I think, with Alejandro when he got interviewed. He said that he feels he plays well, but he also feels that he plays fast. So that means in this tournament he's very confident, and that's not easy to do after a disastrous candidates that this young man has. But it just goes to show that he's maturing. He's able to go past those bad results and just simply take it one tournament at a time. And right now, he really wants to make a splash in this tournament.
Knight d4. Yeah, we always forget he's so young.
19 years of age, guys.
So much talent. Knight to d4, and this definitely looks like Lanier has a much superior position. 11 minutes on the clock. Could be an issue, but Miro, this is our tournament leader stumbling out of the gate at the start of round 7. What games have you been
made
watching?
me close my eyes with my hand? Yeah, that's Nepo's position, which is like beyond, any like,
redemption.
Absolutely, and it looks. I don't know if you would argue with me, but it looks exactly the way he lost yesterday's game against Foreest.
That he missed some
he was,
combinative play by his opponent.
It was really strange. It left a very strange feeling, so that you misplay the opening to such an extent that you really have to be careful, and then all of a sudden you decide to be principled and go for the sharpest variation,
Right.
and so on, and take whatever is sacrificed to you, and what could possibly go wrong?
I guess a lot, actually. First question was that in this position, Ivan played a very decent move, h5. No issues with that move. Just wanted to make
D6.
sure. Yeah, exactly. Just wanted to make
D6
sure
is
that d6
attractive,
does not win on the spot.
Perhaps it doesn't win. Yeah,
But this is the exact point, Yasser.
What's the
Check
exact
and
point?
You want to play h5, so then you play d6, and then you run with the h-pawn after bishop takes
I
c6.
see.
So this one.
I just wanted to make sure that this was not winning. Funnily enough, our king is nicely tucked in.
Yeah.
And this is the moment where you say, why did I tuck my... no combination for you, d6. h5 by Ivan.
d6 is coming.
And
Yeah.
I was thinking, the one thing, one reason I
d6 is
wanted...
coming, still d6.
Still d6?
That's the point.
Yeah,
You cannot
d6,
stop
because you will
d6.
end up taking with the bishop. Yeah, you can trade a pair of rooks, but you will end up taking with the bishop. And then h6 comes and this pawn you
Right.
just can't
h5
stop.
is a great move.
And lastly, no, I don't think I have the time.
Queen
Queen
f5,
f5.
maybe.
I don't get to put my knight
Or
on.
perhaps queen f5, knight g3, so I have to be a bit careful. Maybe queen to e3.
Okay.
Yeah, queen e3.
Same idea, not to allow my knight to d6.
Also
And-
supports h6 in some cases. Yeah, yeah, that's just
That's
a disaster.
One last little rub. You know, oh, by the way, aren't you allowing h6 now that your queen is on e3? Somehow I saw some line where the bishop was taking on f8, and I said, I didn't want to have anything to do with this this position. And h5 looks like, well, Jan is going down in flames here.
Looks like game over right now.
Yeah. A game that we haven't taken a look at, but Jordan van Foreest tied for second. Certainly looking at Vesselin's track record in the tournament and saying, you're not doing very well. I will like to take advantage of your poor results. And what do you reckon about this position?
I don't know. Maybe like Topalov is not aware that Van Foreest is in great shape, because I
Right.
really like Black's position. Like
Me
that
too.
C4 is a very important motif. Then
And-
knight b3, very often, like at first glance, you think, okay, the bishop on e7 is stupid and the knight is great.
Right.
But in reality, knight b3 takes on c1, and then you go f5, you go bishop f6, and all of a sudden bishop is better than a knight on many occasions.
I've seen Ding Lerin, to mention one name, another Levon Aronian comes to mind, where these bishops come alive.
Yeah, absolutely.
These quiet, passive bishops. So I'm not sure where it went wrong. This looks like a Chigorin with d3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Reed Lopez and Black, yeah, Black really went for some sort of Chigorin setup.
Right.
It's really
bishop
time-consuming what
95.
White was trying to do, right?
He's spending...
And bishop c4 and then captures on d5 with the bishop the very next move.
Right. I would have probably gone for bishop d2, something a little bit softer myself, but knight d5, and we get here. Your take, Cristian, what has caught your eye in this round 7?
Well, what has caught my eye is how well Vesselin is playing in that one. That's definitely quite impressive, and he is garnering quite an advantage in that game. Now, also, one game that we have looked at the beginning of the round, but we haven't since, is the game between Mamedyarov and Vachier. And Mamedyarov is pretty much taking over at this point, if not completely winning already. So he got his pawn back and an extra pawn. So he got some dividends for that one as well. Quite a nice situation for Mamedyarov. And we remember he started extremely slowly at this tournament, but right now with the potential victory, he could be picking up the pace. I really like what he's doing in this game against MVL.
Wow, well, which begs the question, what did he do? Because when we left it, we thought MVL for the pawn, that White did have a compensation.
He started taking pawns.
Yeah, I was about to say, knight
Collecting.
e7 was an invitation to capture, which was greedily accepted. And there
He
goes
kept
the
collecting.
second. Yeah,
He
and he
give
just
me the pawns, I'll take them.
right.
I think he deserves a membership.
Yes, Pawn Grubbers Association. But with this move, Queen C2, Knight D4, Queen D2, and I feel like I just hit a dead end.
Right, and after that, I'm just going to push my pawns. I'm
Agreed.
going to go A4 to be protected, nicely protected by the bishop, then B5, and then I'm going to get off this pin, this
Just-
annoying pin. In the meantime, I don't see as Black what your plan is.
Yeah, just a little unraveling moves. King g2, queen d2, and as you say, just push the pawn.
And your pawn structure is quite damaged as well. I will also have with the queen on d2 ideas of queen to g5 at all times. You have to be very careful. Maybe keep the knight on e6. So you want to go to c4?
Well, one of the things, whenever I'm playing against a light square bishop, I want my play now to go onto the dark squares. So in a dream world, I would play, e3 and knight g4.
So let's go a4. Let's defend that pawn.
Let's defend the pawn, absolutely. And can I play e3?
You can try.
Well, it's legal.
It's legal.
That's
definitely legal.
I want to play for the dark squares, and if you do take, I'm going to make some
I probably have to
noises.
take now queen to d3 or queen to d2. Let's say queen to d2, actually.
Well, in both cases.
Then you take, yeah.
In both cases, I was going to take, and again, I'm not happy. I'm still maybe suffering after queen takes. But at least...
But you're getting somewhere. No,
right. He has played knight
like
e5, by the way, did MVL. And again, I do, what can I say? I like the extra pawn, but I think it's necessary for MVL to try his best to create something on the dark squares. Otherwise, you just lose. you just get dragged to your doom.
And create it immediately, because white doesn't have doesn't need a lot of moves to build up. You go king g2, you go queen d2, and you're winning. Yeah?
Exactly.
They're following the path that we just played.
Yeah, a4, e3 played.
Yeah.
Well, actually, that was a4. Perhaps wasn't the best move.
I think he just missed e3.
e3.
Which is a bit strange, right? Because you see the knight hanging around your king. You do feel like there has to be something, right? Connected to e3.
And once again, Miro, this is my one moment every broadcast. These guys are good. They're so good. I mean, the fact that he came up with that idea is really impressive. E3, how, I mean, it's better for white, but how do the
He lost his advantage.
Pardon?
He actually lost his advantage. He completely lost his advantage.
Wow. Okay, so E3
and
really
the line that we
was
showed
serious.
is probably the best way forward.
Okay. Okay, so it means A4 was mistimed.
No.
No?
It was actually queen to c2 that was mistimed.
Ah.
So what you had to do is get rid of the pin as fast as possible at that point with the move king to g2. Now, at the same time, you see knight coming to d4, and your queen is forced to go to a4. You don't feel as comfortable. But the knight on d4 is pretty badly placed, actually. Despite the fact that it looks so good, it's going to get hit with e3, and that's going to solidify my position at the same time.
Gotcha. I must admit that when you put your queen on a4, your first reaction is, I'm doing it wrongly.
Exactly.
But then when you say, okay, but with the king on g2, you've broken the pin, maybe you've done it correctly. And
after queen c2, knight e5, it's already not that easy. You have to give up the a pawn, in fact. You have to still go king to g2 right now and try to take advantage of the weak king rather than the extra pawn. Allow black to take on a3 and just try to play against the black king. But it's not as easy of a mindset. After you've been a pawn up, you don't want to give it away. And this is, unfortunately, at this point, is just pretty much a forced draw.
Okay, we'll definitely keep our eye on this one. Wesley, so, you know, it's funny. When I left it, I'll honest engine, the bishop was on d2.
Oh, yeah?
Suddenly, how it got to b2, I'm not even exactly sure.
So a lot of stuff is happening.
A lot of stuff is happening. Again, the bishop is on d2. It's not intuitively obvious how it gets to b2, but this is how it got there.
Okay,
and
so
e5.
Magnus goes for a breakthrough, and
bishop f5.
Doesn't even bother to play e4, right?
Right.
He goes rook c7 simply.
He wants to get out of this pin. Maybe the move, the immediate e4, maybe encourages knight e5.
Yeah, and
well,
then,
not
yeah,
so
and then
sure.
d5 might end up being hanged, right? Or here, well, actually,
this is kind of
There's also
tricky.
a motif of going knight f3 check, maybe.
Also.
Yeah, so like first and then capture on c8. Yeah?
Okay.
So there were some.
There were some
yeah,
reasons
there
to
were some
playing e4.
Interesting ideas. After
He didn't
e4.
do it, and we
Rook
caught
c7.
up with the players.
So now,
So now, yes.
takes d7 is one thing, which would be very, you know, very much in style of Wesley. So I'm guessing, like take d7. So
Well-
now you can't really take, I thought, because knight d5.
C2 is hanging, right?
Yeah,
Knight
yeah,
takes
you're
d5.
Right. Then bishop takes d7 is pointless. Yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah. Sorry.
Wait a second. Can you take on e5 and then take on d5?
Take
No,
on-
after bishop takes d7.
Bishop
Because
takes
you
d7.
can take back with a rook,
Knight
right?
takes
Knight
d7.
d7.
Yeah, but
Take
this
e5.
I
Take on
don't
e5.
really believe, because all
Take
of a
on
sudden
d5.
all the black pieces are nicely placed, right?
Well,
I don't know. I mean, you can take on f3 and kind of damage my pawn structure, but I still control the g5 square, so more or less happy.
and how do these guys do head-to-head?
Wow! They've
been around the block.
Wait a second. They've played a lot. They've played a lot of rapid
More than
games.
100, 120 plus rapid games against one another. And by the way, we talked about the world champion dominating his rivals. I mean, Wesley's gotten in the shots. 21 wins against the world champion.
But 53 losses.
That's
Yeah, but
53
once again,
losses.
more than twice as many wins for Magnus Carlsen. And I think the
Impressive.
number of games, Yasser, for those two,
Outstanding.
It's outstanding. It's mostly thanks to this so-called Magnus Tour. I can't remember
Right.
how it's called properly, but the online,
The
rapid,
Meltwater,
Magnus,
Magnus Carlsen tour, and with Chasuble and all of the sponsors there. By the way, I just thought it was kind of impressive and definitely worth mentioning that Magnus is black. He gets into a exchange Slav defense and refuses a repetition. That's no quick draws for you.
Guys,
yes.
I think we should get back to the Nepo game, because I think we're
Please.
going to see a resignation anytime soon.
Well, that will
There's another queen coming.
That's a white pawn on h7.
That is the Dominguez. Actually, that is the Jordan Van Foreest versus Topalov.
Yeah, this is it. This is the Sarich
Yes.
game. And when we left it, Ivan, he played into that line that we looked at. Rook to b6, d6, well played. The bishop had to give up control of the h6 square, because queen takes, if he recaptured with the queen, f7, and that would be resignation.
Just take f7, take f8.
Exactly. He had to take with the bishop, but that allowed the h-pawn to trundle up the board.
That's a second queen.
And you called it before we even got here. Queen.
Not only that, but rook to e5 is coming. That's another big problem. There we
Yeah,
go. Resignation.
This is it.
There we
This
have
is
it. Nepo. Wow. Didn't see that one coming.
Guys,
Neither did you.
he did not spend a single minute to get to a completely losing position.
Yeah, that's my problem with Nepo. I mean, result is one thing, but
Right.
how do you end up in a lost position, not spending any time? And then, look, I mean, he did spend more than 10 minutes on this game, but what's the point starting to think in a lost position? Yes, so something's
Yeah.
wrong, something's off with Nepo.
But
Right.
this was the typical Nepo a couple of years ago, until he found his
Fast.
consistency.
Yeah.
He was playing this type of tournaments where he was just completely off. Maybe that decision of Magnus Carlsen to not play the World Championship affected him in that he right now doesn't see a clear goal, a clear rabbit to chase ahead of himself. Who knows? But he's definitely shook after that decision in this tournament.
Interesting. By the way, we saw the video from the playing hall. Again, Ivan Sarich is the local hero. In the former Yugoslavia, and I played numerous tournaments there, when the local hero has won against the big foreign rival, the audience is cheering and applause, and the arbiters are waving frantically, sit down, and there's whistling,
and you can't
nobody,
stop them. Yeah, can't stop
nobody
them.
is stopping the audience from enthusiastically embracing the victory. So our congratulations to Ivan. I believe it's his first win. And he is with Alejandro in Zagreb. Let's shoot on over.
Thank you, guys. We're here with an early winner of today's round, Ivan Saric. Ivan, I had to prepare against you once for one of my students, and I thought, man, this is a player that likes to take the bull by the horns, and today, that paid off very well.
Yeah, he allowed me to play my game, so to say, and instead of some solid lines like what he used to play, like Petrov or Berlin or French, he chose this neither variation, and to be honest, h6 was a move which I don't recall so much. I mean, nowadays they don't play it, to be honest, during the game. I had no idea why or what to do, but because white has in general, like, castling is normal, but then afterwards, like, you can play h4, you can play king b1. Also, white can mix up some plans, so it's a bit tricky, but...
Seems like an old line. We see some of the games in the database.
From Gary, yeah.
Good old stuff. Gary
Yeah.
still running around with his Kasparov Chess Foundation here, teaching some of the Ukrainian talented kids. Tell me exactly where he went wrong, where you felt that it was over.
Okay, the main idea of h6 is to stop g5 and to secure this knight on f6, which secures the d5 square. But the problem black has, almost he can never castle after this h6, because after h4 he's just getting checkmated. So he's trying to play on the queen side with quick b5, b4 ideas, or knight b6, knight c4, or knight a4 as in the game. But during the game I felt like maybe queen c7 was not necessary, I'm not sure.
Queen c7 all the way over here? Yeah, the Yan just seems to hate the move queen c7.
I thought knight b6 he will go anyway, and I thought that I will just leave this pawn on d5 hanging and play g5 anyway, or even f4 is interesting, because if black takes on d5, then...
With which knight?
Knight db6, of course,
knight
and
DB6.
Now, I don't know, either like f4 or g5 I was considering.
g5, right?
Yeah, because if knight d5 I can go bishop e4 and have domination on the light squares. After he probably has to take on e3, queen e3, and then I have strong square on d5, and again he can't castle. Maybe if he after g5 plays h5 and then somehow manages to consolidate, but I thought this was...
You came up with an interesting piece sacrifice here. You took on c4, took on
okay,
c4.
when I see +4 here, I have no, like during the game it was all very unclear to me, but...
So it was unclear to you at this moment. When did you feel...
No, this I liked very much, because I had the
moment,
feeling that the open files favor white here, and I thought white has more than just one way to win this game. Yeah, I had some small decision whether to take with the c pawn or with the a pawn, but I think it's better with a, because sometimes I take on this, and if he takes with the queen, I have bishop f4 winning the exchange, and then he has queen g6 check if I take with the c pawn.
So you wanted to close this diagonal at g6 to b1. Crushing victory to start the day here. How's it feel?
Yeah, finally a victory. I didn't have much chances, only in second round. I was completely winning up against Mamedyarov, but it feels like the games I've lost, which I lost, I should not. I could have drawn them, and but in general, I think I'm satisfied how I played the openings and the middle games. But in the end games, when I was low on time, I was doing some very bad decisions in first 2 days.
Well, no need for an endgame here. He did not survive even the opening. Ivan, congratulations on your win. Guys, let's go back to the studio. We still have 4 games left.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Ivan. I was going to say very, very convincing win indeed, Miro. That, wow. Shaken, I was going to say poor Nepo there. Turning our attention to the game of Jordan Van Foreest versus Westin Topalov for just a moment. Jordan has just played what to me visually looks like a very impressive move. Move queen h5, suggesting, excuse me, but am I about to sacrifice a piece.
Yeah,
with,
but wait a second, yes. Didn't
yeah.
Topalov just make a mistake with f5? Because, yeah, now I don't really know. Now, it's not like I have a better move, but
Right.
after queen h5, it really looks dangerous.
Well, exactly. I mean, you might be thinking, for example, of a move like bishop
Yeah,
g5,
bishop
even for that
to
matter,
bishop
bishop f8,
something.
and just say, I want to defend the pawn. When he played this move, f5, this was really an invite. The desirable queen d2 has a drawback. The rook is hanging as well as the pawn,
Queen
which
c8 is something perhaps that you are limited to.
or rook f8.
Or rook f8,
Yeah.
So how bad is rook f8?
How bad is it? That is my question. Bishop takes. I was just.
Yeah, bishop h6 is...
And he played it.
He did
you
play rook
take-
f8?
Okay, I take, I have to accept that. Sacrifice. I take.
Okay, so check,
How is this position?
check, and
Do you have
collect
more
the
than just the
pawn,
perfection?
right?
we collect the pawn, but we pause because rook lifts.
Yes, you can definitely try that. But rook to e3, don't I have f4?
E pawn is hanging.
The e pawn is hanging. You have to give a check first. Because
Yeah, okay,
otherwise I have queen to
let's
b1.
put it on the board. So rook e3 seems like you're only trying, to be honest. I mean, if you're playing
Yeah,
for
if
a
I'm
win,
playing for
right?
the
Yeah,
win,
yeah.
a perpetual check is
Yeah,
always.
and then f4
And
would
then we have
force
to-
you to give a check,
A
right?
check.
King h8.
which allows me to
And
take
then you
this pawn.
take another pawn.
And by the way, that's a big collection. How many pawns is that? 3?
That's 3 already.
Three
The
Are
problem
already
is,
in the pocket, and
Bishop takes h6 is on the board, guys.
well, I mean, from Jordan's point of view,
Yeah, absolutely.
risk-free sacrifice.
Absolutely.
He
From
always has a
practical
perpetual.
standpoint, it's exactly the opposite for Topalov that you want to be, right? Because it's a anti-free roll, the opposite of free roll, right? You either
Exactly.
lose or, if you're lucky, you make a draw, right?
Now,
Especially with only 2 minutes on the clock.
now the question for me, if I'm in Veselin's shoes, I'm probably not taking on h6. Can I bail out with some silly move? Queen e8 is not exactly great.
Well, maybe that's what you have to do, right?
But maybe I just have to say, look, I'm a pawn down, and I've got to play a bad ending.
Okay, so how is that position?
Yeah, how bad
Queen,
is this ending? yeah.
Queen.
Takes
If the rook,
here.
pardon me, if the bishop has to drop back,
At least you take the open file.
exactly. At least I do
Yeah.
have that.
I would like to drop back to f4. The problem
Yeah, perhaps
is
to
I'm kind of afraid
f4.
of your g5.
You go to f4, g5 happens.
Queen to a8 was played. What?
Queen
A8?
a8?
Give me the d5 pawn? Really?
What is that?
Queen a8.
But this allows the queen to infiltrate via g6. Very dangerous play by Topalov.
It looks wrong.
Wait a
sorry,
second.
it just
Queen
looks wrong.
g6, bishop f6, right? For now.
Nothing terrible happened, yeah? Mm-hmm. But how about...
But then I
rook-
can take the b file, right?
Yeah, how about bishop takes, king takes, rook g3?
Oh, you're getting
Yeah,
aggressive. yes, sir.
that's dangerous. That looks
Scary.
scary.
It
That looks
looks-
scary, yeah.
It looks terribly scary. Bishop takes g7, Christian, is the engine approved?
It's engine approved. It does seem like queen to g6 is just the better play, actually.
Ah, yeah, queen g6 is stronger because you wait
You
for the
actually
bishop
just
to
want to
appear
go
on
bishop f4,
f6.
and then rook to b1 whenever you black captures on d5.
Rook to b1?
Rook to b1. You're basically taking over a strategical play in the position.
Rook to b1.
Ah, yeah.
I mean, I've been focused myopically against your king. and
But
you
perhaps not right now. Wait for black to take on d5 first.
Okay.
In fact, force black to take on d5. After queen g6, bishop f6, go bishop to f4, attacking the pawn on d6.
I see.
Absolutely, and that one is definitely one of the games that we should be following, but also there's a lot of things that are happening in the Wesley versus Magnus game, so we will be looking at this one in just a second. It does seem like the position, Magnus has gained a lot of space on the king side and in the center as well, and managed to take full control, or at least challenge white on the c file. I see bishop to b4 is coming on the board. It's definitely Magnus who's on the initiative in this one. Nevertheless, I'm looking at the times as well. Wesley saw with only 5 minutes and 50 seconds, and Magnus with 2 minutes on the clock. And Dominguez versus Firouzja, well, that one is exciting as well, and maybe you guys can take that one over, because there's a lot of pieces swarming around the black king. Nevertheless, Firouzja is keeping cool, calm, collected, and maybe repels white's attack with an advantage, I think.
Well, it's one of those games where it's two bishops versus two knights. Miro, I have to say that the modern players of today, Viswanathan Anand being the exception, nobody likes to play the knights. But Firouzja's knights at least have great support squares, great outposts, d5 and f5. Your knee-jerk take, would you rather play white or black?
Yeah, well, it really depends in this position. You can't
It's
really
move
pick.
specific?
Yeah, I think it's very move specific, and I can imagine like even moves like knight e3 being considered for black.
Knight e3.
f2 e3, I think you can take with the pawn, right? Yeah,
Well,
because rook
rook
f1,
F1,
yeah,
yeah.
so if bishop e3, I'm just taking with another knight, but then some rook g6 might happen.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. You can't just look at this position and say, okay, I like white's, I don't know, bishops, I like black's pawn structure,
Right.
outposts. It's very, very like time sensitive. Like you make one wrong move.
In
maybe
fact,
you-
that's probably the only thing that helps white and saves white in that position. After knight to e3, rook takes g6.
yeah, and here's
Wow.
down to like 1 minute only.
Lanier versus.
Yeah, this one.
Seven
sorry,
minutes
sorry.
for
the game.
Firouzja and only 1 minute for Lanier.
seven,
Actually
to
dropping
seven,
under
sorry.
1 minute right now.
So and queen c5 is the move he played. Queen
After
c5 is
bishop
on the
takes
board, yeah.
b3, queen to c5. Whoa.
Well, like kind of keeping an eye on the c1 bishop, so if anything, perhaps protecting d5,
Preventing bishop
preventing
takes
bishop takes and some e6, who knows.
Threat of knight g7 and rook f2.
Yeah,
Queen g5.
queen to g5.
Dodging the threat of maybe knight g7 and rook takes f2.
37 seconds for Dominguez.
By the way, no, knight d5 in this case allows bishop takes e6 at the end of the line.
Let's go knight d4 then.
Knight d4?
Sure, why not?
Yeah, like knight d4, attack one bishop, threaten
g7.
threaten knight e2 as well. He goes knight g7, so wants to be safe, opens the f file.
I was attracted to this move, especially when the queen was on h5. The queen on g5.
No, but still, you target the f2 pawn, right?
So this is the question. If I take on d5, do you take on f2?
Rook to c4 by Dominguez.
Yeah, you stop
I really want to take on f2, you know.
and everything. It was,
Yeah. But it doesn't work, yeah, it doesn't.
no.
Just drop back to
Okay,
b6.
but if we drop back to b6, I'm assuming the rook is going to drop back to c2.
And yeah.
Then I'm safe.
Yeah, black.
Safe-ish.
Safe-ish.
But then I can get the knight d4 back.
Queen a7 is strange, okay. Queen a7.
He wants to play
Keeping
a4 later
ideas
on.
of b5
a4 and b5, yeah.
Don't know.
No, but okay, yeah. Look, rook to c2. So now bishop d5 is in the air.
As defending f2, and as you say, bishop d5 in the air. Although I don't feel that's like the greatest threat that you've ever.
It's been very unclear because bishop
Let's
will
say,
find
go.
the other diagonal. Yeah, I'm capturing a
Guys,
bishop
We're going to see a
a3.
resignation. There we go.
Ooh.
In the game between Shakhriyar and
Shak
MVL. MVL
lost
actually
this
won.
game.
MVL was the one giving the checkmate.
Oh my goodness! Look, we left
The
it.
final
Czech was.
position, yeah, the final position is just.
You know, I remember this comment. Now I forget who to ascribe it to. Be careful who you invite for dinner. You know, the tiger may not realize that it's on the menu. The pawn on e3 was never captured. And this final move, queen h4, introduces a mate, and that was it. Wow, what a turnaround that was, because we thought white was for choice. Let's jump back to the Lanier game. We do have rook c2. And this three-result game, Cristian.
Oh, absolutely. 3 results game, this one is. But let's go to the Van Foreest one, because I think that one will be finishing up shortly. He's definitely breaking through, got one pawn to the good, and now he's ready to get some more material in the position is really looking good for Van Foreest. And Van Foreest, guys, I mean, he's having right now the tournament of his life.
No question about it. He just clipped, as you said, a second pawn.
Gift me some pawns.
Give me some pawns.
And also, Veselin with only 50 seconds, excuse me, on the clock.
Well,
that's not
actually like the way Van Foreest keeps the queens on the board, right?
He didn't, yeah.
Well, perhaps kind
I
of
might
an
have been
older guy.
He
like,
would have jumped at the chance.
yeah,
to-
I as myself, I'd consider exchanging the queens being a pawn up on every move.
Exactly.
But yeah, against Topalov, who is lower on the clock, it's also very annoying practical play. Like you have to be aware of those queens. Yeah, Bishop f4, just cover the diagonal. Rook b1 is only one check, right?
Yep. That is
Looks like it's
absolutely
done,
the
yeah.
case.
Bishop f4 is played.
By the way, the other reason I really like the move Bishop f4 is it kind of takes away any issues of Queen g3 and Rook b1.
Yeah.
Bishop f4, domination.
Complete domination. Bishop
by-
e5 is coming right now. You are pretty much busted.
Absolutely. Wow.
And
what
how are we
happens?
doing on
Wait a
time? Only 20
second.
seconds right now for Veselin.
I'm really stunned that nobody on panel chose.
Wait a second. I
Jordan.
have to say, there is a, well, not completely unrealistic scenario that 1-4 is going to be leading the tournament after this round. Because Firouzja,
Yes,
well, it's, as
absolutely.
we said, 3 results, and Wesley So might be in a bit of a trouble against Magnus Carlsen, believe it or not.
Let's jump to that Wesley So, Magnus Carlsen, because you're absolutely
Wrong.
doing wrong. No, that knight is coming to G5 to F3.
To F3. So the only
Even though it's a
question
bad-
remains, the bishop, is it dead really? Or there is some way that he'd be sacrificing on b5 or this or that? Yeah, because with dark square bishop on d6, let's say.
Oh, it's over.
It's like the bishop's going to go to b4
Right.
and knight to f3 and win. Yeah, here bishop is somewhat useless on b7. So
Exactly,
maybe
but I'm
that's-
looking at this knight coming to F3, and frankly, I would be terrified. And with this move, knight E2, to my eyes, Wesley wants to play queen and maybe just run with the king, giving
Or
up.
knight d2, right?
Or knight D2.
knight d2.
To stop knight
Does he
f3,
do
or at
that?
least want to exchange that.
Well, I
with
wanted to
knight
keep the queen actually off of the C4 square.
But
I
in
go
fact,
to
do you
c8,
exchange
yeah, so
after knight
blundering the
f3?
d5 pawn. Am I allowed to do that? The bishop c8. Yes, Magnus, brilliant. He's not bad, this kid. He's not bad.
Not
yes,
at
knight
all.
d5, queen d2, obviously. Is the
Yes, yes.
I'm actually not sure if the move is good, though. But anyway.
You
like,
spoke about it enthusiastically, and passion is crucial in our sport. Knight F3, by the way.
yeah, like that's the threat. And
deadly
if you
threat.
Trade, wait a second. If you trade, even G takes F3 and the bishop is no longer that pointless. But you also have E F3, and then you open the
I
diagonal.
must say, I'm not a fan of this move, King G2. Here, if you ask me, I would get on my walking shoes and I would sprint to the
So
queen
basically,
side.
you're leaving the H2 behind and
Go
just take it.
It's all yours.
And I want my king to be safe.
And
right?
I want you to maintain this bishop on
kind of.
kind of a block.
Mm-hmm.
King G2, Knight F3, and I hear you loud and clear. Any captures of this knight will bring that bishop to life.
yeah.
By the way, there was no rush to play the move Knight F3. Bishop E6.
Well, he
Going for king
realizes
F1.
what you just
belatedly,
recommended, yeah.
belatedly though.
But that's a pawn.
And Magnus said, that's a
Yeah,
pawn.
that's a pawn, and then you return to f3 and you stay there pretty much forever because it can never be captured.
Right, but King E1, Knight F3, King D1, and you still have to prove it.
The
By
problem is that after you get the king to d1, I don't think you can go to c1 because that allows knight e1, knight d3, and that might be deadly. So you
Yeah,
have to stay with the king on d1 to defend the e1 square, but it just feels like you're completely tied up.
Yeah, but white is so overloaded, right? I mean,
Just covering everything. He's playing
so bishop e6 then happens.
And then queen f8, queen
G5.
h8, queen h1.
Yeah, that's
King
That would be an
E2.
idea.
King e2. Okay. he
By
goes
the
king
way,
e2.
the players are beginning to rush their moves a little bit. An indication to my mind that somebody's short on time?
Both of them
are.
are around 1 minute.
Whoa! Excuse me, with 1 minute, I'm sorry, that's a 3-result game, even though I like Black's position. 1 minute? Whoa.
Queen to
How
e7,
could it
don't take on
pause?
d5. Queen to g5 is going to capture the knight.
Yeah.
Knight takes d5, queen g5 would be an
G5 or
accident.
Queen D8, yeah, just the spin is
It's
terrifying, yeah.
But I actually, somehow I wanted my queen to get into the game. Knight
Queen to
Knight
b2.
c3 to b1, and maybe queen c3. He did not play it. He played queen b2. What's
I
that
like
move?
getting the knight back to f3.
Of course.
I'm not sure why he's not.
Queen.
He's Wesley
F6.
looking for some sort of knight e4 d5 trick. Maybe that was the point. Like you
A
build
knight.
this queen to b2, king to g7 battery or whatever opposition, and
Well,
looking for some tricks.
The funny part is I was looking to play queen a3 and queen f6. He tricked Magnus a little bit.
But he goes to d8, Magnus, and still controls all the the squares.
Right, crucial squares.
Maybe
now
we'll
it's
have to
time-
spend some time, yeah.
Maybe it's time for king d1 and knight e2 to f4.
That looks like an improvement.
Queen
Queen to
b2.
Back to
But
b2.
this allows me to go queen to h8 and not have to worry
he
about
goes
queen
knight
d6.
f3.
Why can't I take on d5?
Yes, and now it's the question. Knight on e4.
That we have a result.
We have a result.
Look,
Van Foreest did win his game.
Wins against the
wow. Jordan, as he explained in an interview with Alejandro, he won 2 games at one of these Rapid and Blitz Grand Chess Tour events. He started with 2 wins, and now he has another one in his collection. And for Veselin, a bad tournament is getting worse. We can't take on e4 and take the bishop at the end because there's a queen d3 accident, queen d3 check accident in the position. Oh, he's done it.
Wesley says I can do it.
I don't
Are you
believe him.
sure?
Takes,
D5, okay.
D5,
Where the king's going?
F6, F6.
F6, but queen
and
d3,
queen
king
D3.
d1. Yes, queen d3, king d1. And I understand it looks terrible, but how do you beat me from here? I'm not sure.
Is it necessary?
I'm not sure.
I can't believe that
I
allowing
mean, if it
queen
holds,
on d3.
if it holds, it's just amazing.
Okay, well, I have to take
Is f6 a move,
Queen
first of all? Yeah,
D3.
checking d1,
king d1,
and I'm kind of tied down, but...
do you... What's the king? I will be a pawn up in the king and pawn ending, but maybe the pawn isn't so brilliant.
I mean, you can get it even in a better way with queen to f6, right?
do you get it, though?
Actually, no, because you have knight
F6?
takes e4.
No,
yes.
that's exactly what Magnus is doing. King d1, and apparently he's going to play king f8.
That was my move.
Ah, no,
No,
wait
but
a
king
second.
f8,
King
queen takes
f8,
f6.
wandering queen f6 might not be the best
That's the
idea.
problem.
You could think of... Are you on time kind of trading on d2?
8 seconds for Magnus.
8-7. I'm telling you, it's a three
Wait a
result
second.
game.
Do not listen time, Magnus, please.
Queen went back.
Played
How
with
many-
3 seconds on the clock.
How many seconds?
3 seconds he had
Holy
at that point.
smokes. 3 seconds.
Now it's all equal, according to the machine, right?
No. Why is it
Somehow
equal?
Wesley wiggled his way out.
It's unbelievable. Why is this equal? Magnus is collecting the pawn on e6. I was about to say this is a great move.
Can I try to create my counterplay with
Queen c2 is the move for white, apparently.
So that if I
He
trade
played
And
it.
that's exactly the one that
And now
Wesley...
king c1 maybe?
queen
Wait a
c2.
second. Now it's queen c3 check.
Oh, that's a check. And then king to c2.
And yeah, you kind of have to make more and more awkward moves. And now what? King g8. King g8, there is a check on
What's the
c8 and queen
time? What's the
d7. Don't
time?
you just lose?
What's the time?
8 seconds for Magnus.
Where the kings go? King h7. Wow.
Wow.
I mean, it's so...
How do you say? With trembling hands, right?
Queen e6. Okay.
Did he blunder his pawn?
Queen to c7
Check,
followed by
king
king.
h6.
Queen to c6 perhaps.
You
Whoa, 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 whoa,
play
whoa,
queen
whoa.
Queen d8.
Some
I like that. Queen to
threats
h8
of-
It's
side.
a little bit of a check from h8
H.
threat, right? g5.
I'm a little bit surprised that Magnus doesn't repeat once or twice, just to get the time. You
Yeah,
know,
absolutely.
just move like king h7, queen c7, check king h6. I'm saying, gain 20 seconds on the clock. And again, what about Wesley?
42 seconds for Wesley.
Okay.
But Magnus right now with 34 seconds. He gained a lot of seconds.
So
With his last
with this G5,
moves.
why isn't Magnus for choice?
Well, the problem is how do you make any progress? Because now the queen, and this finished in a draw between
Meanwhile,
Dominguez and Alireza.
a well-fought battle between
That
Dominguez
means
and
Very
right now we
hard
have
fought.
two co-leaders,
Right.
Alireza and Jordan, until this game is finished.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So that means really
Wesley
Jordan
would need to win to join.
to catch up. Yeah.
Okay.
King
King
F1.
F-
So he hides the king on G2. That's the plan, right? Well, makes a lot of sense.
Somehow it feels like the black king right now is the weaker one.
Now wait a sec. We put the knight on G6.
And it's
then
untouchable.
looking for F4, and also it guards
nobody
the king.
can go knight
as well.
G6, I go knight C4.
Knight C4 is
Your
an
B6
issue.
pawn is hanging.
Knight C4, Miro.
Yeah, you're
after the
right,
knight
you're
moves.
right, yeah.
Right now, the knight on E5 does a great job.
G2.
By
But
the way,
are
is
you-
Wesley worming his way away?
Yeah, like-
King G2. Somehow White's king feels a little safe now.
You cannot move the knight because of knight to C4.
The queen can't move. Black's queen can't move. At least, and hang the knight on E5. Again, the clock time's very close.
He's dropping down to his last 5 seconds, Magnus.
No!
You have to make a
Magnus,
move,
make a
Magnus. Don't
move.
forget about the time.
F4.
1 second on the clock. He
How
played
much?
F4, 1 second.
And F4 is terrible, I have to tell you, because White just captures it twice.
Guys,
The world
is
champion
Wesley going
looks.
to win this game?
World champion
And it'll
looks
be, yeah, if
very
Wesley beats
wobbly.
Magnus, it's going to be three-way tie.
Wow.
Out of
Yeah, you just
And the
stay.
knight
boxed
moves.
in position.
Knight
And knight-
D3 and
Knight C4.
you don't
Yes.
even have a threat. F4 is protected.
Knight
Exactly,
C4
but
followed
knight
by knight E3 and
C4.
F5.
Knight C4, give me the pawn on B6. And he's done it.
He plays it.
Queen takes B6 is a
Magnus
massive
cannot
threat.
be happy right now.
Wait a second. At least we can take on F4 now. Knight F4, Queen takes C4.
And
kind
you
of
give up
bailing out,
G4
trying to bail out.
check.
Yeah, but that's even material still.
Oh, good
right?
point.
So,
Sorry.
so probably.
I mean, I'm getting enthusiastic when I realize
Knight
I've
takes F4
only
is on the board.
and he's
Knight
done it.
F4.
Players have calmed down a little bit.
Perhaps he was better off going to F1 with the same idea to get the knight to E3. Wesley,
And we
that
do
is, yeah.
have queen takes G4 check, king F6 on the board.
I don't
Wow.
Think, well,
This was an escape for both players.
I think
yeah,
so.
exactly. Yeah, like both saves.
So sometimes you have those games where both players are really relieved, like
you gotta
enormous sense of relief.
It's not over
that
yet.
story you would.
It is still not over. That king could potentially go towards B4.
How about queen to B8 right here, right now, and just say, okay, make a move. Queen to B8, make a move.
Well, I mean, if I'm too scared, Queen E6 should be good enough. Queen H6 is what Wesley does.
Okay, he didn't go to B8, but to H6.
Queen D4.
That's a good move.
All right.
Very nice central
Centralizing
defending everything. Keeping
Who's-
connection with
who's,
the A4 pawn.
Well, the position is equal, but the feeling is that they both looking for the way to,
Escape.
to maybe, hopefully, do
E3.
something. E3? Is E3 a good sound move?
E3 is an invitation for a draw.
Of course, but
there'll
it's
be a
one
lot
of
of
those
checks, right?
things that it's possible you could also be blundering the e-pawn, right?
But I don't think you can get.
It's kind of
you can get there.
series
now
of
king to
checks and
E7.
then-
You have to stay back.
Yeah, legit.
And you
just
stay
go to E7
on the
yeah,
E7
and
square.
So you basically stay E7, E6.
Right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Both
What a
players.
game, yes. What a game.
I do believe we have a three-way tie for first, guys.
No.
No.
Not yet.
No, that's
No,
a
right now it's
draw.
Ali
Oh, that's a
Reza.
draw.
Yeah,
that's a
Wesley
draw at the very
needed a
end.
win. Two-way tie for first.
Yeah.
I beg your pardon. 3 decisive results out of 5 games. We've been seeing this throughout, especially day one. High number of decisive games. And let's jump to Zagreb with Alejandro and MVL.
Thanks, guys. We're here with a winner of round 7, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Seems like you were having a little bit of trouble there with Shak, but counterplay was found.
Yeah, certainly. I didn't do well in the opening, and yeah, my position was beyond suspicious. So here, Shark just grabs a pawn. I thought maybe queen c5 made sense. It looks like it does. Just then maybe to follow up rook d8 was, yeah, not. I don't know, but anyway, he took. Then I went rook c8 and rook d8, and somehow here I found counterplay which I shouldn't have found. Yeah, I guess e3. Yeah, e3 was called for. Then I probably can just resign, and then suddenly, e3 comes, and I guess you should take. But of course, it's sad to make a draw here.
Right, you just
And
wipe out all the
after
pawns.
f4. Suddenly it's very tricky, so like king g2, knight g6, and my queen, so after b5, h5, let's say my queen is countering the pawn on a4, so no majority can advance. I do threaten things on the king side. I mean, dark squares are always open, so the bishop cannot move because of the queen. So because the bishop cannot move, the queen cannot move. And like even, let's say you have queen on d5, bishop on b3, like, okay, let's play some random move. You go bishop b3, I still go queen e1, you take, and it's mate.
Yeah, you're just not saving yourself.
Yeah.
Queen alone mates you.
So that means it's very tricky to play. And here, yeah, this I was not sure, but I thought it's very tricky, because king g2, queen h4 is almost mate. And apparently there's a save, which is beyond difficult to find. Yeah,
No,
and
it's backward maneuver,
And
impossible.
then, no, I mean, I saw this idea, but not with the king on h3, which
Right.
has no move. But anyway, it seems like, so after king f1, I mean, I thought for a while about knight e5, knight c4, but there's queen d5, queen g5 check. And I was like, am I gonna really make a draw here? And then I found this very nice maneuver with knight f8.
Absolutely beautiful.
And I thought his only chance was queen d5 and g5. But here I was confident I'm never in danger.
Right.
Again, like the king is cut, the queen remains to protection. Like there's scenarios where I even play knight takes g5, which is a huge blunder. And maybe it's not as lost as it looks, yeah. Like, okay, it is,
sure.
but then he played a5, and yeah, I saw this, and apparently, whoa. Okay, but this is tough, yeah.
It's very tough, especially with the time that he had remaining and the trajectory the game
I
was
just
going.
assumed, yeah, missed queen a2. This is
Okay,
really tough.
That's very hard.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
like a study.
So that means here I should have gone knight e6, of course, which I did just a move later, and after queen c2. So the point is, if I go queen d8 immediately, which is what I would want, there's g5. And well, it's still winning, but this was... Like,
That was the idea, to bring the queen back, right?
so, but after knight e6, queen c2, no queen d8, and queen doesn't go
and
back.
it's over.
Yeah.
You've had a couple of close calls here so far in the Rapid, but the points keep piling up. How do you feel about your performance so far?
It's all right. Of course, I had one big miss against Firouzja, but at the same time I was much worse for the whole game, basically. So, you know, I feel like I'm defending very toughly. Still need maybe to put the nail, you know, in the right place in some of the games, but +2 is very distant score. Only thing is Jordan is piling up the points right now.
Tell me about Jordan. You think that he's in shape?
Well, he's definitely in shape, in even better shape than I predicted, and I predicted him that he was going to do well. So far I've been his lucky charm, I guess.
Absolutely. Well, hopefully you're your own lucky charm in the rest of the tournament. +2, a very good score so far, Maxime. Hopefully you accumulate more points throughout the rest of the day. Guys, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with a big win here in round 7 over Shaq Mamedyarov.
Thank you, Alejandro. But here, through the magic of television, we see Magnus almost flagging as he gets down to 1 second.
1 second, and then playing this losing move f4.
F4. Wow. And he did it almost in Jeffrey Zhang style of this Elan. Easy, easy move, but F4, bad move. And here's our current standings after 7 rounds.
Yeah, so Ali Reza is tied with Jordan van Foreest on 10 points. Wesley MBL wins and catches up with Wesley, so that's the big change. And Magnus clear 5th position on 50% alone, yeah.
And once again, Nepo slipping down the standings.
Stop rubbing it,
yeah. I'm telling you, commentator's curse. And what's our special at Q Boutique today, Miro?
Q Boutique.
What are we offering?
Q Boutique is chess themed. Is that
Yes.
right? Yes.
Well, the
you'd
World
be
Chess
surprised-
Hall of
You'd be
Fame.
surprised, but pay attention to the screen. It's a chess set, yes, believe it or not.
Beautiful.
Yeah, like here, Boxwood Chessman, glossy 16-inch black and white board, handcrafted in Italy.
Nice.
Yeah, and his position is interesting as
Yeah,
well.
lacquered pieces. Yeah, this looks like from a Perk Defense, the famous Garry Kasparov, Vasilin Topalov, 1999 Vaikonze. But a nice set available at Q Boutique. Have a shop, take a look. And as we go on a break, we asked our players what their views of the recently concluded candidates tournament was. Here are their answers. We'll see you on the other side of the break for round 8.
The candidates just finished. What was your top takeaway from the tournament?
It went like I expected, except for the winner. Because for some reason, because I just don't know so well Nepomniachtchi, I don't know him so well, and I didn't really expect him to repeat. I believed that it was very difficult to win 2 times in a row.
Basically, Jan rolled away with it. It was impressive to watch. He took all of his chances and prevailed deservedly.
Ian Nepomniachtchi kind of ran off with the tournament. I was following it at the beginning, but then he just started to win game after game. I would say it was kind of unexpected because he won the previous candidates, and usually it's hard to win it twice in a row. Actually, my bet was Fabiano was going to win it, and the Americans both played decently, but it wasn't enough. There's only one winner in the candidates, as we can see.
Yes, there was a lot of ups and downs. The tournament was very tough, and I took a lot of experience there. And it was a very good tournament for me because all the players were experienced, and I managed to get a lot of experience there. So.
But it was very interesting. The tournament, I think the players were playing very aggressively, not like in previous years. Everyone was trying to win with both pieces, and there was a lot of interesting openings and ideas. Actually, not many Berlins or some other solid openings. So I think Jan is in a very good shape, so that his winning is not that surprising, but still he has a very good chances in the match.
It was great to see Jan in such a good shape. I think it's not very common to have a player dominate the field in the candidates like that, because usually it's some tremendous fight, and some players who are not doing very well in the first half, they usually get back in the second half and they produce some upsets, and it wasn't the case. Like, Jan was really untouchable.
Personally, I would have liked to see a little bit more from Alireza Firouzja, since I really like his playing style, and I think he might be the next world champion at some point at least, but he didn't do so well here, but I'm sure he'll do well when he gets another chance.
Jan played a fantastic, strong tournament, and he deserved to play again against Magnus in match. I wish him all the best in the match. I hope Magnus will play much, and we will see a good match.
It was a great experience, and I mean, maybe I would say emotionally it wasn't as much as it was 1 year ago, because probably in some way only the first time counts. But yeah, I'm insanely proud of my team, who did tremendous work to help me, and yeah, I'm really glad. So I managed to please my fans.
The candidates sort of reaffirmed my own experience from 9 years ago. That's really, really tough. I think in order to win the tournament, a lot of things have to go right, or you have to get a little bit lucky, like I did.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the Croatia Zagreb Rapid and Blitz Grand Chess Tour tournament. We are ready for round 8, and here are our pairings, Miro.
Yeah, with players taking sits, we have to be fast with this one.
Exactly.
So 2 games we are watching closer than the other ones.
Our
It's
marquee matchups.
Carlsen against one Foreest being the leader, not Carlsen. And then Firouzja facing Wesley, so that's
Impressive.
another.
That's a big clash. So 2 marquee matchups. We'll start with the Magnus Carlsen versus Jordan van Foreest. And as they say, they're off. We have an English on board, C2, C4. Small surprise as Jordan stopped. We say Jordy, by the way, in Holland. Jordy stopped. E5.
Yeah, I can imagine those two analyzed.
Whoa!
Analyzed it together.
D5.
C5 and queen takes. What's that?
Okay, this is a reverse Sicilian, where, of all people, Magnus himself has been playing these early queen takes D4.
Wait a second. So the plan is to go what? Knight C6 and queen D7, as is so-called Magnus line.
I can't believe it. Christian, is D5
queen
on move?
D8. Wait, but what's that? So basically,
aren't you losing tempi all over the place?
Magnus played this quite a few times.
Queen
With
takes
black.
D5.
With black, yes.
All right.
I mean, let's not forget, guys, these players worked together extensively last year
in
preparation for a World Championship match. They know their repertoire as well, especially Jordan knows Magnus's repertoire in and out. So, nice little surprise by Jordan, I have to say.
A little awkward facing your own stuff. I mean, if Magnus has played this D5 and queen D8, for me, this is new. I've played English my whole career. Nobody gave me all of these tempi. Usually this knight on F6. If I ever got this position with white, it was because there was a knight on B6 and not on F6.
So it looked weird, queen capturing the pawn on D5 and so on, but we ended up in a position that if black would play quote-unquote normal English opening, just drop the knight on F6 instead of B6.
Yeah.
Which perhaps supposed to have some drawbacks, but I'm not aware of those.
Exactly, right on.
Yasser, did you ever play Korchnoi after you seconded him?
Oh, many times in the candidates
and how
as well.
was the atmosphere and the dynamic?
Very, very cordial. For some strange reasons, Victor really just liked me, and we always got along, even as we were rivals over the chessboard. Victor had some very, very sharp words for almost every one of my colleagues, and I felt like a teacher's pet, you know, look at the nice Yasser, he would say.
How about the opening battle? How did that play out
By
between
that
the two?
time,
because you knew his repertoire.
Right, but we had kind of split, so like we both had different ideas, and we didn't use a lot of the ideas that we prepared for against one another. It was sort of like an unspoken rule that we didn't play into those lines. There were so many other
So you
lines.
did have this unspoken rule.
Exactly. It was an unspoken rule, though. And this is one of the reasons why I think the move knight f6 is frowned upon as opposed to knight to b6. Like right here, if we go back, and if this knight is on b6, we're in standard territory. But because the knight is on f6, it allows the move knight g5. And essentially, I'm trading the b2 pawn for the e5 pawn. And according to our rule of centralization, centralize your pieces, control the center, I've made a good trade for white. Now, is that true, Miro?
Yeah, that's a big question, right?
I mean,
on the other hand, if we
clearly,
think of, I mean, this type of positions, if black is on time to castle, somehow develop, and you have two very nice files for the rooks, like rook on e8, rook on d8, if we can visualize that somehow.
That's very nice.
And that would be very comfortable setup for black, right? So,
but on the other hand, you know, you have your files, I have my diagonals.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a battle of chess ideas here. I've been told that b2, b4 is novel.
No, I think e4. E4 was novel. E4 was novel.
E4 was novel against the b. Okay, that for me is always a very strange decision. A2, a3. I'm thinking that the bishop actually is not very well placed
on b4.
On b4. Right. I mean, I want to play bishop b2, rook c1, take that knight, and somehow
Queen
take
A4,
advantage.
Queen a1 even.
Yeah, take advantage of that bishop on b4. But he has played a2, a3, did Magnus, kicking the bishop at once. Why did he do that?
Well, why he did that,
please.
I think, and he didn't play bishop to b2 first, is that if you go bishop b2 first, then I have the move rook to e8. And now that gives me an extra square to get my bishop back to f8 once you attack it with a3. And I think that's a better placement for the bishop, because on e7, after a3, we expect bishop to e7, unless you want to give up the bishop pair or the c5 square. Then you don't have this f8 square. And if you go to e7, bishop b2, rook to e8, then you have to lose another tempo to put some pressure on the e file. So I think it's just a way to win one extra tempo in the position. And Magnus still with 25 minutes on the clock. He definitely knows what he's doing in this one.
He's certainly playing it very, very quickly. I hear you loud and clear what you're saying there about the inclusion of the move a2, a3. I'm still not altogether convinced that this is, we've gained a tempo or something.
It's not exactly that we've gained a tempo, right? Because we did not have an opportunity to play a comfortable move, a random move. Yeah, we spend the tempo on a2, a3, so to basically getting the same setup with the bishop on f8 eventually, if black decides to go so.
But the bishop on b4 was not forced to move at any point, right?
Yeah,
now
that's
on
fair
e7,
enough.
I think you will have to drop it to f8.
Yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise, that rook on e8 is useless. Also, I think the pawn on a3 is actually an asset, because imagine a queen potentially coming to c2. Knight to b4 is no longer on the board. Even after the move that you showed, e3, knight to b4 and ideas to jump to b3, to d3 are not on the board. So I think a3 actually helps white.
We do have the sequence that we expected, by the way. The bishop dropped back to e7 as opposed to a5 and then to b6. Rook went to e8, where he expects something like rook c1 and or e2, e3. Just your quick take, Miro, that you see this, dare I say it, dragon pawn structure. If I play the move d2, d3, I have 5 and 1 versus 3 and 3. Which structure do you prefer?
Once again, like being considerable part of my career, like Reti and English player myself. So I really like White's position, White's setup in terms of structure and so on. Yeah, but there've been quite a few people who proved me wrong on this one. The answer, the answer is always I don't know. Really, I mean, it depends. Yeah, if you force me to pick the side, I'm playing White this position. Yeah, that's clear. But
definitely White for me as well.
For me,
I'm also a Dragon player. I played Dragon quite a lot of my career.
You played the Dragon?
I played the Dragon, yes, I know. It kicked me out of the studio.
Such a brave man.
I know.
I actually had very decent results with the Dragon, because back in those days I used to repeat my theory. So that really helped. Also, the engines weren't as strong, and that gave me a little bit of a wiggle room.
All right, we'll definitely keep an eye on the developments of this Magnus versus Jordan van Foreest, but we actually had two really marquee matchups coming into this round, and unfortunately for us, in the game between Firouzja and Wesley, I'm seeing a very dry position, Miro.
Yeah, that one is
did it
dry.
come out of Berlin?
Yeah.
It sure did. Rookie one.
This one is dry, and
Firouzja offered this pawn sacrifice. Magnus said, nothing doing, I'm not a taker. And
well, we even have like pair of bishops for black, right?
Right. I mean, this was a intriguing decision for me to force the knight coming to f5. Like, I really want to play on these dark squares, and I'm going to try to prove that my knight is superior to that light squared bishop. strategic nuances here, but I've seen Wesley neutralize the best players in the world from such positions. I don't think he's going to have trouble holding this. Maybe something else to look at. Shall we go to the, where is Shaq? Shaq is always good fun.
I recommend the game between Topalov and Ivan Saric.
Ah, at the very top, okay.
Because Topalov just sacrificed the piece.
Wow.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff has happened. Wait a sec. It's a knight of gain with knight on f3, right? And very, very straightforward stuff, yeah?
Whoa.
Bishop takes d4 and e5.
And by the way, this is still theory.
Great stuff. And what does theory prescribe?
Castle. Castle or knight to c6. These are the two main moves in the position.
Guess
Castle
what Ivan played? He castled. Okay.
And now Topalov needs to know the next move. That's not it.
Yeah,
I think
bishop
after
f6 and
f6
you're
you might have
trouble, right?
difficulties.
You're saying here queen h3
Queen
perhaps?
to h3 is the main move.
Queen
yes.
h3.
And in fact, the only one that keeps the balance in the position. If you do take on f6, black is already better.
Gotcha.
Queen to h3 at the same time gives white, I have to say, some initiative. Because then black has to know the theory as well. And it's not that easy. You have to play the move h6. Right now, knight takes e6, allow the move knight takes e6 with extreme complications in the position. So let's wait and see whether Topalov is well prepared, whether he remembers his theory. It definitely seems by the time spent up to this point that Sarich is still within his theoretical knowledge. He hasn't spent as much time and Topalov just sacrificed a piece. So unless he was completely surprised, then he would have thought for a little bit. He's not, so I think he's still within his theoretical knowledge.
We're expecting the move queen h3. This is one thing also, Miro, I want to say. I really do respect these players who have been in that anvil of the World Championship matches. They have put in an enormous amount of labor into their openings. They know stuff that they forgot, that they knew it, because they've studied so much. And they really sometimes just show these old weapons that they've prepared.
All of a sudden,
and
he
you're
picks
dead.
up the line, yeah, and then, yeah, I felt it myself a couple of times that, like, the most kind of brutal example was me playing against Karpov, believe it or not.
I believe it, and it's Karpov had a lot of World Championship matches.
You've obviously played Karpov many times, and
Right.
I got a sudden chance in some second Russian league, whatever, club championship.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway, I was brave enough to play the King's Indian, and he picked some really rare system by that time. And later on, okay, I've lost the game, long story short, lost the game, and later on analyzing, he said something like, we were considering this against Gary in
84.
I just felt like an idiot. I mean, 30 years later, something new to me, you know.
Yeah.
And the guy said, we were analyzing, like you imagine him analyzing this on his pocket, you know, pocket chess set in a train maybe, and then beating you 30 years later.
We have a brotherhood in this because I remember playing Anatoly in Reykjavik. And I was playing this Catalan variation. And he made a very comfortable draw with black pieces, just very comfortable. And even I think he spent very little time. And I was like, what is going on? And he said, yes, I prepared this for Viktor Korchnoi in my match in Baguio City. And I just I felt like an idiot as well. I just walked into it. Christian, what do you have for us?
Well, I was still watching all of the games that are developing right now. This one between MVL and Nepo is quite intriguing. A lot of imbalances, especially in the structure. This position has not been seen up to this point. It seems like, let's see where the novelty was made. All the way, oh my goodness. All the way at move 6.
No way.
Queen to e7, yes. In this position, knight to d4, queen to e7 was the novelty. Knight to d2 was played beforehand. But once again, Nepo is showing his stuff. He's showing his preparation probably for the match. And this is where we are right now. h3, and it does seem like Nepo pretty much has equalized, maybe even more, out of the opening. I'm seeing at white structure, it does seem like white needs to get something going on the king side, potentially get f4, but check that lifetime, how close it is. 10 wins for MVL, 11 losses with 15 draws. These players are definitely very evenly matched, and this game is pointing exactly to that fact.
Yeah, not exactly the domination. When we've done those head-to-heads where Magnus has been featured, it's not been very pretty for Magnus's opponent, Miro.
It's not exactly the same, yes. That it's relieving to have somebody like really, it's more or less even score. Yeah, and then realizing, it's Magnus not involved in this kind of head-to-head.
And Magnus is just taking over against Jordan right now.
Oh, really?
I think so.
Okay, I want. Yeah, okay, let's just go there because, again, I did see that Topalov had played Queen h3 against Ivan Sarich, and h7, h6 came quickly. Let's jump into the Magnus Carlsen game. Knight c5, this is kind of what I wanted. Put my pawn on d4, and frankly, if I play rook in e1 and e4, it's resigned. It's
or
strategically,
queen to a4 and rook to d1.
It's strategically
so many
lost.
things hanging.
Yeah, for me, rook e1, e4, d5 it's gone. You just don't survive this avalanche that's coming through the center.
What does black do here?
That's the problem. You don't have a lot of
somehow
moves.
you've probably missed the moment already, right? Where something was to be had to be done. Yeah.
Maybe you have to take on c5 and try to go knight e7, bail out with c6 or something along those lines.
Yeah, knight takes b7 and bishop takes c6 doesn't work because b2 pawn is hanging. But always you think that those types of tactics are in the air. This looks awful.
And maybe let's go to e7, try to play c6.
Yeah, like
awful.
But even d5 here, you know, and then
long diagonal. There's going to be some problems on it. This is looking
oh.
horrendous.
No. This does look like positional domination. I love these theoretical battles. Let me just, I want to check on this Topalov game because he did play h6. This whole queen h3, h6. Miro, do you have any experience with this?
No, not at all.
Okay, Christian, help us out
It's
here.
still theory, apparently.
Yeah, I know, but
theory.
Still 5 games have been
How does
played.
it
Knight
go?
takes e6 is the best move.
Knight
and
e6,
then
followed by knight to c6.
Knight c6 is what black plays. Then you capture.
Is it time to start grabbing?
Capture on f6, you take back with the rook, knight takes d4, and we get into some sort of an endgame.
Ah, so that's an endgame we are talking about.
Yes,
Knight takes d4,
an endgame
black
in which it
swap
seems
h3.
like black is slightly better. White is slightly better, but not much.
Rook f2, knight d4. Okay, Firouzja, Wesley So, knight e5, slow play by whom? Miro, who?
Knight e5,
16 minutes.
d6, and white to move.
White to move here.
Yeah.
You can maybe push the queen backwards with bishop f4.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking, like, how serious is this as an attempt to play for an advantage?
Not at all.
Apparently not. Yeah.
No, I feel absolutely comfortable. I would say if I was in black's shoes here, that with a semi-closed position of 14 pawns on the board, one open file. Lev Polygaevsky's book, Grandmaster Preparation, for me was an absolutely wonderful book. And he, in that book, for me, introduced the term the chopping block. The open file is where the rooks came and they were chopped off. So you play rook e8 and it's the chopping block. Everything gets traded and black is happy. I don't see Wesley having trouble.
And Magnus is in no mood to wait right now.
He did. He didn't even prep it with rook e1.
E4, not even rook e1.
Wow.
E4, bishop g6, maybe f4.
Dang.
He's coming after Jordan right now.
Okay, this is the time that you've got to start looking for
Wait a
sacrifices.
second, B6?
B6 is, I'm thinking it's forced. So due to
B6, knight A6.
Yes, and sacrifice the exchange and be happy that you got a pawn for it. Bishop takes E4.
How happy are you going to be?
I don't care.
By that point,
I just know the alternative is death. I'm a little surprised. For me, the move F4 is surprising. I think rook E1 would have been my choice, but F4 is the world champion is
Yeah, it's
in
like
an
very
honorary mood,
very
right?
straightforward, but if it's good, it's good. I mean, what
If it's good, it's good. But B6.
B6, knight A6. So once again, how do we do it?
B6 has to be played, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, if you don't do it, you just get crushed.
Avalanche is coming. Exactly.
So
but
we take on E4.
Yeah, E4 and then B8. Yeah.
You can decide in what
later
order.
Sure.
I'll go with the flow. You want to take on B8 now?
I think so.
Otherwise, the knight is actually pathetic. I mean,
yeah.
Okay.
Perhaps you can actually start. Wait, just 1 second. Perhaps you can start with queen to C2 or queen to D3.
Okay. I will drop back my rook to
E7.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's start with queen C2.
Queen
just because
C2.
it also puts some pressure on C7.
and maybe stops me for whatever reasons from playing bishop to D6.
And now it's time to
finally capture the rook.
Then
and yeah.
I definitely like the extra material, but still the pawn on F4 means the king is a little bit exposed.
Yeah,
that's why I'm
bishop
trying to exchange all the
C3,
pieces as fast as possible.
Bishop C3, knight C4. Yeah, you have some.
So let's go
jumping
rook
here.
E1.
It's not beautiful.
Yeah,
It's
rook
not
D7.
beautiful, but it's what black has to do.
Absolutely.
There's just no choice. I mean, let's just. I'm going to refresh my board and go to the current position. But after F4, if you do anything of this
wait
nature,
a sec. Bishop C5, rook C5, B6. How about that?
B6.
Yeah.
Rook E5.
Rook E5.
Rook E5.
Oh,
yeah, but
I just wanted to
sure.
say that this pawn on E4 needs protection.
Yeah, but then I take. I was thinking, or
Or
even
take with the
knight,
D pawn?
knight C4 first, or take and knight C4. There might be something. Yeah, maybe knight C4 first.
Again, I feel like these types of opportunities suggest to me, at least, that F4
is not
was
ideal.
premature.
Also, excuse me, but I do think after B6 I have rook D5.
Rook David 5.
I think we missed that, and it's just.
Rook D5,
Game
yeah,
over.
and everything clarifies because F5 is the next move. Yeah.
That's rather painful.
Yeah, that's
F5.
not very good. Yeah. Okay, then I'm backing up on this one. Yeah, no, have to play B6. Have to go
play
for it.
B6.
I think we see it
Jordan's
on the
taking
board.
a lot of time for a decision that we kind of think is forced.
He
What are
played
the clock-
something, but
He did.
I think he did. Yes, B6
Yeah,
is on the
B6
board.
on the board. Well, Jordan on what, on 15 minutes?
We have a lot of legends in the barbaric Northwest where I'm from, and one of my favorites, Dr. Elad Mashkowski, he was very famous for saying, same move faster was better.
Same move faster was better.
B7, B6 took Jordan a little time. How much time does he have remaining?
11 minutes, and Magnus seemingly twice as much, so 20, 22, 21 minutes.
And Jordan recognizing that he had no choice, B7, B6, he could not wait for white to spank F5 into the position, and he did sacrifice exchange.
We haven't said this very often this tournament, but Nepo is cruising right now.
Whoa!
Against MVL.
Really, that's a huge game because MVL is actually right up there with our tournament leaders, and And we have a result already, Miro?
Yeah, Mamedyarov makes a draw against Dominguez. Yeah, we did not pay too much attention to this
apologies
game.
to the players.
Well, but that was, you know, just like straight from the opening, they've swapped everything. It
Kind
seems.
of a hacking contest there. What's going on? Why did you say Nepo is cruising?
Queen to b8, which was played.
I have to play f4, I assume.
And then just rook e8.
After f4,
rook d2 e8.
Material very soon. Your king is so exposed.
It doesn't make a happy look, does it, on this on this diagonal?
And in fact, if you do go queen to f3 right now,
yes,
some knight d4 jump, yeah.
Knight to d4.
That looks very problematic.
And I would take the pawn on c2.
By the way, this bishop on f1 is
not making a great impression.
No. Maybe it means f4 is simply wrong, and I actually have to swallow my pride and play a move like king g1.
The same.
That's kind of saying rook d2 e8, and apparently the queen is stranded. You don't have good squares for the queen, right?
Don't I feel it?
Queen c6. Yeah, but even knight d3 and some queen g3, I'm afraid will be.
I think knight d4.
Knight d4,
knight d4
as Cristian
as well.
says. Yeah, knight d4, then f3 might be taken.
If you take on
in
a6,
some cases.
knight takes f3.
Ah, yes. Okay, that's an explanation.
Hold on. Knight d4, rook takes e8. What happened there?
So I guess let's take on e1 first.
Ah, now we're talking.
Takes
on
e1, rook takes e1, yeah.
Knight
I want to
d4.
give a check.
I think you could decide if you would prefer your queen on a7 or not. My king could be on h2. By the way, king g1
was played.
Maxine, understanding he has done something seriously wrong. Checking in on Firouzja versus Wesley. Well, let's see. We did have knight e5, queen d6, queen f4, bishop e7. Okay, he needed to
so
defend
he wants f6, yeah.
g4, bishop e6, rook e1, rook e8, queen f3, what you said. He wants f6, and any trades would have been welcome. And it still feels like f6 is
the move. Yeah.
The move. Wesley is safe.
Yeah, no, safe is one thing. I wonder if at some point
he starts
actually
to
have some intentions
exactly,
to play. Right?
This pawn on g4.
It's sort of two bishops after all.
And, you know, like, let me just put a move on the board for a second. And so you get some position like this where you're committed yourself to h3. You always have to, you know,
worry about g5. At least, yeah, like consider.
Did I end up stranding my own bishop in the enemy encampment? Okay, that game, such an important game for our standings.
I think right now it does feel like Alireza, especially due to the time management as well, he should probably try to pull the brakes and make a draw.
He did play knight d3 as well.
Just play knight, bishop to f4, follow it with knight to c5, try to force that exchange, get the opposite color bishops and call it a day.
All right, we'll keep that one. Magnus Carlsen, are we feeling that the move f4 was mistimed, or is it, or do we still like his material plus?
Yeah, well, it's an extra exchange, right?
Exchange is an exchange.
c6 was played by Jordan. Right?
Okay, on a good day, if Jordan could ever establish a knight on c4, he does, after all, have a pawn for the exchange. He needs a knight anchored on c4. Why do I like the knight on c4? Well, the knight on c4 would actually be hitting a3 and b2. Sorry.
Yeah, like queen d5 is another tempting.
Right,
that I wouldn't
these kinds of
mind
fortress-like
to-
moves. Yeah.
So how do we improve the position for white right now? At some point, it just feels like you probably want to go d5, right? But
No question about it.
Well,
You're
maybe a4. I mean, if anything, maybe a4.
a4 to stop b5. Yeah, that's a move. That's definitely a move.
Yeah.
So let's go. Let's make a few moves. A4, I go queen d5.
Yeah, a4, queen d5, and I'm yet to find a way I like.
By the way, I think we have queen to f.
Queen to f3. Okay, so stopping queen d5 also
And
makes
perhaps
sense.
getting ready to play the move d5.
Queen f3, inviting b5.
b5, yeah, and then the question is how we go about this one.
I suppose c6 is an issue, right? So that, are we in time to play bishop?
Yeah, but bishop c3, you mean knight c4 is awkward to play?
I don't know if it is or not. I might be just simply trading off the a3 pawn for the c6 pawn. Queen f3 on the board. b5 is a challenging move, but then the other question is, what am I doing if I don't play
b5?
b5. I'm a little bit worried that after a4 bishop c3, I won't get a chance.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ever,
there won't be other
opportunity. Yeah, and maybe even this rook along the e file. Times.
So let's just play h6. Times 9 minutes for Jordan. I think around 18 or 19 minutes for Magnus.
Okay. h7.
So what's
h6.
White's plan here?
Okay, let's say I play a4. Just
b5 is on the board, by the way.
okay. I thought that was the most critical move. That
yeah. Let's see.
that Jordan needed to play to plant his flag, if you will, on the c4 square and say, "This square is mine."
Okay, so hang on. So now bishop c3 you said, but how about bishop c3? Bishop takes a3.
But then I have bishop takes a5, right?
Bishop a5. I was afraid queen d4 and taking the rook might not be to your liking.
Oh, that's nice.
Black all of a sudden comes on top. Yeah.
Yeah, hurting the feelings there.
That is a nice one.
Okay. But at the same time,
yeah, like rook a1, there is
Yeah,
b4, and
b4.
strangely, like all black pieces are awkwardly placed, but they somehow
they
hang to each
exist.
other.
Yeah, they hang together.
So what if I try to go rook to e1 and go
rook e1
for e8? But then you go bishop f8.
I think. Well,
it just doesn't seem like this is the right direction for White, right?
I don't know. You might be onto something here, Christian. Takes
rook
rook e8. This is going to be.
Can I take another pawn?
Check.
Let's go queen to
yeah.
a1.
That's interesting. Yeah, check king g2.
Let's
you
pick
capture
up
d4.
on d4 as well.
Queen takes c6.
Capture this one.
And well,
this is, I think, more or less an ideal for both players. If I know my Peter's fiddler very well, he would say in the Grunfeld, those two pawns on the queen side with a bishop are worth an exchange. Current position, Miro. Queen is, oops, no, that wasn't it. That's analysis. Let me just shake that off and replay the current position.
It's not easy, right?
No, that's
not easy anymore for White. And this is the problem for Magnus, at least in this tournament. He got great positions, but he had some problems with conversion.
Clear.
We've seen that against Wesley. We've seen it against Topalov as well. He managed to win that one, but he had some difficulties.
And with Wesley, he made a move with 1 second on his clock.
D5 is on the board, guys.
D5. Okay. D5. Do we trust D5?
All kinds of applauses and gold coins for understanding, opening up the bishop and everything else. But we do all of this when we kind of say we don't know what we're talking about.
Oh, wait a second. Is it cool and all?
So I guess rook d1 or simply go for the pawn?
We could also think of playing knight c4 first for whatever reason. I don't know. Might have been interesting, but yeah, for now let's just stay.
I was going to kind of play for knight.
Yeah, but then maybe the difference is that I can take rook d5 and I have bishop d4 if it's a check on b6.
So the problem with knight c4, if you start with the move knight to c4,
yes,
I do have a feeling that I might be able to take on c6.
I was sorry if excuse me, d5. I wanted to take, yes?
Right, but I think Miro wanted to go knight to c4.
Knight c4, and then you just take on
Maybe
c6.
I can take on c6.
On c6, yeah,
and then
exactly.
go c7.
For some reason, I was only looking at rook takes and then take on c6.
And
Exactly.
queen to d8, I think queen
Yes,
d5, and I'm getting on d8 very fast.
Yeah. No, I mean, queen c8 is certainly not what you want to do.
Well, I don't know, because any queen d8s could be met by queen e6s. So just to put it on the board. I suspect I'm losing.
But then I
as
hide
black.
on h3, right? I hide with my king on h3, so I get the second queen. You give me a few checks, and then I go to h3.
Aha, and you're threatening mate on f8. Very, very good.
And by the way, guys, it does seem like MVL is just about to resign.
Seriously?
Yes.
So, Nepo,
and there
finally.
you see it.
My man. Is it his first win, buddy?
I
You're not
stand as
following,
well.
yeah, you're
I
not
stand as
following.
well. I mean, Nepo is an absolutely outstanding blitz and rapid player. We are used to see him on the podium. Never mind in the wallowing at the bottom half. So, first win came after round 8.
Just something like that. Yeah.
Shocking.
Really,
Really shocking. Was that the final position, by the way?
Yeah.
Knight on f2 is going to give him a checkmate.
Checkmate on the very
There's
next
a queen
move.
h2 coming.
Yeah. That is a very pretty pattern.
Yeah, queen h2.
Not that I can remember any of my. I mean, I've gotten mated and given mate and stuff like that. But
Well,
that's
I
a
think
very
that's
nice
simply
finish.
put an adventurous king on h4.
A good general should always lead his army into battle. Okay, Magnus. Back to Magnus, because he did play the Jordan. Because here I was having some very doubtful queen a5.
You went like
I'm kind of tickling downstairs, and I'm looking at this a pawn with.
Wait a sec. Not only that, and
With large
there's also-
eyes.
There's also some queen a8. And this time it's not supposed to work, but
just that this is
the
a little
B2
awkward.
is still hanging.
B2 is on tap.
bishop-
A3
well,
is on
bishop
tap.
Do I have bishop take? No, sorry.
Bishop takes G7.
I wish I could. Bishop takes G7 and then rook D8.
Yes.
Discovery check, unfortunately.
Discover check.
Doesn't really work.
Black has a threat, which is knight e3, but you probably go bishop c1 and stop it.
Somehow miracles the bishop on B2.
Yeah, but I like your queen a5, yes, to be honest.
Yeah,
It's just to mention that queen a8 is an alternative, but
Right. Queen a5. The immediate check just
runs
kind
into
of
bishop d4.
But it's not the end of the story.
Yeah, and maybe
because-
then you pin.
Right.
By the way,
Exactly.
maybe then you pin, and then it's awkward.
Right. So once again, check forces bishop to d5,
and then
some
b7
weird.
or c6. Yeah, that's a very shaky situation.
Yeah, I know. Especially because again, a3 is hanging. Queen e7.
Queen e7. Okay.
There was quite a number of alternatives here,
Interesting.
Christian.
Yeah, but that's one is interesting as well. So
Did he choose the right square though?
It does seem like he chose the wrong square.
A5, B6.
Yes, but none of
A8.
the ones that we discussed were actually the best ones. The best ones was C7.
Oh, well.
Which is a bit something that we
Surprise.
haven't even considered.
Wow. That was not on my radar. E7, why is... Okay, first of all, Miro, why did he put his queen on e7? What was attractive about this?
The same reasoning why you were putting the queen on a5.
A5.
Check on e1. Yeah.
Exactly.
From a practical perspective, I do like this move, queen to e7. And I have to say, Magnus responded very well with bishop d4.
Bishop to d4.
Yes.
Inviting queen e1 check.
Not bishop to c3, which would have defended against queen to e1, but after queen to a3, then unfortunately I think black would have been back in the game, unfortunately for Magnus. But
Again.
bishop to d4 is a really good move.
Really good move.
Yes.
Okay, if I
just play
He
a
gave you a check
A6.
on e1, and now we have king g2 on the board.
Okay,
check is there.
I was a little reluctant to give up control over the
the
d8
last,
so quickly.
yeah,
But let's pause our analysis and jump to Zagreb as Alejandro is with our winner, Nepo.
We're here with Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan, it's been a tough tournament so far. Finally, a nice victory here against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Perhaps a little shaky at the beginning. What's going on?
Well, it's surely not my best tournament. So I'm just basically struggling every day, and it's maybe just simply not enough energy. But and this last game shouldn't, deceive.
In that sense, do you mean that you're still not feeling in shape?
I mean, if there is an antonym to the word of the shape, that's my case.
Well, still a nice victory against Maxime. Tell us what happened exactly in today's game. It felt the opening was shaky, but then you took over.
Well, I was lost after 7 moves. I could resign, but then he didn't play c4, and it was quite playable then. Yeah, I think c5 is not a move, but I think there's knight d7 or something is the move as far as I remember. But okay, of course, I wasn't quite in the mood to repeat any lines, so I also mixed up things badly against e1 in the first game. So yeah, I'm just.
The internet has been wondering, has the announcement made you a bit upset? Is that going through your mind?
No, I would say it affected, but I don't think it just affected that much. So I lost, all my chess skills immediately in one moment. No, I guess it's just, sometimes, you go with the flow, these rapid Blitz tournaments. So far, flow is against me, but maybe this game, would change something.
Well, I hope so. You still have 2 more games here in the Rapid. Well, one more game, sorry, in the Rapid.
Yeah.
Perhaps a strong finish will give you good moods for the Blitz.
I hope so.
Well, Jan Nepomniachtchi here with a victory with the black pieces against MVL.
Thank you, Alejandro. Thank you, Nepo. He didn't seem happy. Let's put it mildly. Jumping back into our round, Firouzja versus Wesley, I dare say absolutely nothing has happened. Wesley is keeping. Jumping back to Magnus versus Jordan van Foreest. After Queen E1, check King G2, during that interview, I expected something to have happened.
Nothing happened.
Miro, why not?
Jordi kept thinking, and he went all the way back to E8 with the queen, I guess. I mean, he made some very long move. Yeah, queen E8, protecting the pawn. But was it really...
That's confusing. I thought it was strange right here to give up control over the D8 square. After bishop D4, I expected A6, just picking a move, for example. But he played, well, it looks like a waste of time, frankly. I mean...
And that's why he spent so much time on it. He had to realize that, unfortunately, rook to d8 is just coming with devastating consequences.
Right.
So right now, there is no perpetual. That king is perfectly placed on g2, defended by the queen, and the potential bishop coming to f2. So you have to defend the d8 square.
Bishop f2.
Bishop f2 was...
you can give
that's a
another check on
showstopper,
d2,
actually,
yes.
yeah. Queen e8, but this...
Actually, we might want to show that. If queen to d2, don't play bishop f2.
That's a beautiful one. Yeah, queen d2.
Because of knight to e3,
you should
right?
prefer king h3. That's quite
so
some
you have
pains,
to go king h3.
Right. That is very nice, and you win back your exchange with a winning game. But after king h3, all of the fireworks are finished. Suddenly, rook d8, as well as a bishop discovery, is on the board. And we have quickly bishop takes a7 after this queen a8 move, and bishop takes a3.
Bishop takes a3, so that's extra exchange.
Still,
forward.
the knight is still safely anchored for the time being, but whenever you see the rook, you're always afraid that white will majestically
get to d8, yeah?
Yeah. But it's not that easy to do it. How will he do it?
Well, some queen d3 to start with, and perhaps I'm forcing bishop e7. And
I was being a little bit maybe too aggressive. I was
queen
looking at
b3,
queen
yeah.
b3.
Okay, if queen b3 works.
If I could
Well,
be
that's
so
a shame.
greedy.
No.
Right?
But queen b3,
Bishop
at least I
f2.
have queen to e4, right?
Oh,
queen
pardon
e4,
me. Queen e4 check you always have. That's correct.
At least.
At least. Apologies. That
No, I
is-
think bishop f2 is a very nice, safe move.
Well, it preps
Queen to D3.
The queen leaving the vicinity, you know, something like queen, and the bishop goes back
Bishop
to
F8 as well. Yeah.
Okay, so only one pawn and a knight, but again, the knight is safely anchored, the black king is safe, and thanks to the fact that there's a pawn on f4, white's king is
a little bit exposed.
A little bit.
Queen
a little
D3.
bit.
Queen D3, getting ready to go rook to D8.
Okay.
Yeah, rook D8 is
we had
serious.
Should we be, let's
I
say
think it's
our most annoying best?
I think it's time, yeah. Because
And-
now king to H3 is met with queen to H6.
But king G1 now, right? So
Yes.
you don't have checks on the first rank. So king
Yes.
G1, and I'm probably making it to D8, unless knight D6 is what you're playing.
And by the way, there's a huge discrepancy on the clock right now. Only 2 minutes for Jordan and
Whoa.
15 minutes for Magnus.
Very, very different from his last game against Wesley So, where the world champion left himself, I kid you not, folks, with a single second on his clock to make his move, which he succeeded in doing. And that game ended in a draw. But boy, I tell you, we were on our edge of our seats, Miro.
Absolutely.
I mean, you know, and we do have queen A8, not queen C6, but queen A8. The difference is that from A8 we can go to A1 in case of king
we can't
G1.
give a check on the 6 ranks, and now we kind of, as white, we probably prefer king H3.
Ah,
Right, so that's you're getting access to only one of the two. It's either H6 or A1.
right.
So I'm
And then
guessing
if you go queen to C8, cover it up with F5, right?
Yes. And queen A8 on the board. But that's a huge difference on the clock times, I must say. 15 minutes to 2 minutes, just to
Yeah.
repeat what I heard.
Right now, 14
Wow.
minutes, but yes, huge difference.
Okay, Magnus.
By the way, Magnus with a 7 out of 7 rounds means he's on 50%,
On 50%
going
only,
into this game. And we do have king H3 on the board.
I mean, we've been saying that he's not in good shape and
Yeah,
that
yeah, yeah,
this
yeah,
and
yeah.
that, but he's still within striking range.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely, and he's
you
one
know,
of
like-
those guys,
yeah, right?
who can win the Blitz with like huge, humongous score.
But 18 games in the Blitz, of course, 18 points will be up for grab this weekend. We talked about that too when Gary was world champion. You know, like when Gary was having a bad result or something of this nature, you know, poor guy was in second place or third place, you know, like on a terrible +3 score.
Absolutely.
You know.
Yeah. And also, if you check Carlsen's rating performances, like a terrible tournament means played on 2780.
Yeah,
rating
like how
performance,
dare
right?
he
Like-
does it, you know, so bad by his standards. I did a commentary with Peter Leko where something just exactly like that happened. We were both very aggressive about Magnus's terrible performance, and somebody in chat said, "Yeah, but it's 2,800."
After all, yeah.
Terrible performance, 2,800.
And now the checks are done.
F5.
Now Jordan needs to find a way to continue this game because the B5 pawn is hanging.
Okay.
You have to do something about that.
Dual
Rook
threats.
to D8 is hanging. You have to do something
Rook
about
D8
that as
is
well.
even more threatening, it feels like. But
One of the reasons why I actually like Queen C6 as opposed to Queen A8 is I thought that the knight, strangely enough, might be able to block the D file.
The problem is whenever you go knight d6, in almost, not in this scenario, because then I
Right.
would just take, I have bishop c5 very often.
Yes.
And that kicks the knight away from d6.
Yes. So just to repeat what, well, just a second. In this moment when Jordan played Queen A8, he could have played Queen C6 and against King G1.
Knight D6 and
Knight
try to block,
D6
yeah.
and Bishop to C5.
Jordan getting down to his last minute, guys.
Uh-oh.
But if you can't find a move, I mean, what can you do?
Right? Well, again, how bad is it if I make a move B4? Like
Before
rook d8, let's go.
D8,
Queen C6.
C6, and you. And now rook f8 wins.
The
Yes.
problem with b4 is
No!
that actually
Rook f8 wins.
I can just go bishop c5. Right?
Rook f8 win. And
Or rook
bishop-
f8. Yeah. Oh
yeah.
my goodness, that's not.
Bishop
Okay, bishop
E-
e7, he parts with his b5 pawn, but that's game over.
That's sad news. Fun facts. Magnus has not won a game since, get this, are you ready for this? Round 2?
Round 2.
And the Veselin was being victimized in day 1, and that was his win. Magnus's win against Veselin Topalov in round
Which,
2.
by the way, was also shaky at some point. Yes, so the biggest problem for
convincing.
Magnus, right,
Yeah.
we've identified here is that not together, well, he gets the advantage. It's something very uncharacteristic, I would say. He gets the advantage, he cannot convert it.
Exactly, and that is very uncharacteristic for Magnus. We're looking at rook takes b5. It's a whole exchange. King is a little bit weird on h3, but the material, Jordan knows that it's bad.
So,
but
what
how
is he
bad
worried
is it?
about? Why is he not just simply snapping that pawn off the board? Is he trying to find something better, or?
After bishop e7, he has to be thinking about bishop c5.
But bishop c5, bishop f6, and I don't see a clear continuation after that.
Exactly. I'm thinking, he's thinking bishop c5, bishop f6, bishop d4, and is the bishop better placed on f2 or d4 when I play the move rook takes
Okay,
b5?
he took it.
Yeah, but he finally
he took the pawn.
ended up
With
capturing
hesitation, rook takes b5. And
h5.
h5, let's go.
So at least no back rank issues for now.
Jordan down to his last 33 seconds.
Sorry, I'm not a big fan of this move, h5, by the way. Feels like the pawn is actually weaker on h5 than it is on, for example, h6.
And how about bishop a7? I mean, the caveman approach. I mean, I want to play rook b8. I see the threat.
You're not very subtle.
No rewards for subtlety, but sometimes, you know, brutality does hit its mark.
So I guess I have to go bishop d6.
Bishop d6 maybe, yeah, that's what keeps you afloat, because otherwise, yeah, it's rook b8 with a check and then followed by f6 check would just win.
Prior to the move rook takes b5, I was lauding the fact that the knight was anchored.
Yeah.
Once we get here, the knight's not anchored, I start thinking of trying to dominate the knight. In other words, if you could play knight d6, knight e8, knight f6, maybe you'll be pleased with yourself. I appreciate what you're saying about
but
bishop
just go
d8.
back to d5, yeah.
Going back to
full-heartedly
d5 and
agree.
making sure the knight remains in the air would lazy man's chess. Bishop
Yeah,
d8
rook d5 is a very nice move. By the way,
it's
you're
too challenging.
You're threatening bishop c5 after that, and then if bishop takes, you take the knight, win the bishop on a pin.
Right.
Yeah,
So-
rook d5 is very good.
Yeah.
And rook d5 also from a practical perspective, it just feels like you're asking so many questions and so many hidden questions for your opponent. Bishop to a7, at least you give your opponent one more move, gain another 10 seconds because there's no other alternative. But bishop to d6. I like rook d5.
Christian, every time I go to look at the game of Wesley So, I see even...
Not much has happened.
Not much has happened.
Let's
Good.
not forget we have Topalov's game as well. Topalov against Saric.
That's also quite interesting, but this one I think is the key one right now.
And rook d5, when we think Magnus is going to just...
Rook d5.
Whoa! Okay.
Whoa!
If you're going to go down, you want to go down in a blaze of glory. And look at this. Jordan was waiting for rook d5.
By the way, best move in the position apparently.
Yeah, well, g5, certainly a find, because now g4 pushes the king back into this sort of a box where it's getting checks.
Magnus was going to play g4. I didn't want to get pushed back into that little box you were mentioning. But how about g4 for Magnus? You know, a good general leads his king into battle. Also, the other thing I do like about the move g4 for Magnus is it does somehow, if I ever get my bishop to g3, I take away two very important squares for this knight. If this knight remains stranded on the queen side, you're playing a rook down.
Yeah, eventually it's gonna be lost, right?
Right. I'm expecting g4, but Cristian, jump in with your take on the position.
Let's see what
King
he decided to go
G2.
king to
King
g2. Now, one
G2.
thing about this position that you don't want to see as white, and this is why Magnus needs to keep the tempo up, is play against the knight, the very jumpy knight, with a weak king with only a few seconds on the clock. So that's why I think Magnus really needs to find something now, and he needs to keep the tempo, keep the pressure on his opponent right now. Don't go down on time like you did in the game against Wesley. So.
But king g2 sets up Miro, a threat
Yes,
that
queen to c6, which is on the board.
C6, and you were recommending bishop c5 a moment before this queen lands on c6, which has just happened.
Queen c6. Is queen e4 any good?
Queen e4 is a move, yeah. And then that obviously threatens rook to d8, so you have to do something
Deal with
about
that threat. It's funny how the queen was on e8.
Yeah.
It went to a8. It could have gone to c6 immediately, right? And defended the pawn on b5, but king g1.
King g1, yeah, queen e4 apparently would have been met with knight d6. So king g1, okay, sidestepping the pin, that's fine.
Okay. And also stopping a little knight or knight to e5, as you say, the pin, meant that the rook could not capture the knight.
His last seconds.
18 seconds. He made that last move with 8 seconds on the clock.
Not a good sign. Is f6?
F6 looks very tempting, if you ask
Very
me.
tempting. In
So,
fact,
okay, what if we just go for the kill with rook to d4? How is the variation after that?
rook to d4.
Knight to e5, I would assume, right? Rook
Right.
takes d6. How is this?
This is it.
Must be winning. I don't believe that these checks
Knight f3.
will ever...
You only
king
have one
h1.
check, and then I cover with queen d1 at the end, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, rook d4 wins,
Rook
but I
d4.
believe f6 wins as well.
Yeah. It's funny. I didn't see rook d4, but I sure did see f6. I mean, I thought...
Yes, rook to d4.
And Magnus does play.
We're going to see a resignation soon. Knight to b2? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Knight to b2.
Rook takes d6.
Rook takes
queen
d6 and
c1
queen
check.
f1.
c1.
Queen f1.
No.
Queen f1.
There is knight, queen f1, yeah, you're right.
After knight b2. And Jordan saw that, and after king h1, I
check.
think he resigns.
King h1,
Yes.
important not to go to g2, not to run
Exactly.
into double check, even though you're probably still winning, but, or maybe not.
Maybe not. Maybe. And there we have it. No, this is Jordan's second loss. He started with 2 wins and then had a loss. But Magnus takes down, wins an important game. I have to just, for the tournament standings, go to the game of Wesley So. And
That one is just a draw.
That's
Nothing is going to happen in this one. This
Topalov.
one is wild.
Whoa!
This one is completely wild.
Yeah, and there've been a couple of changes in the variation along the way. Topalov was winning, then he made the mistake. Saric was much better.
Guys, but I look at the position, and if I don't know the rules of chess, everything is so splattered.
Absolutely, and it feels absolutely unfair. that like we have in Firouzja's game, we have an endgame for last 30 minutes maybe, right? And it's a board full of pieces, and
rook on
they're all over the place with
all over the place,
coordination.
exactly. Like knight a5, like
Wait,
somebody
queen b6?
threw those pieces randomly on the board, right?
Exactly. Queen to b6, and the knight on a5 is actually protected by the rook on the other side of the board. Okay.
Right. One of the most beautiful things about his book, My 200 Best Games, Vasily Smyslov, is he strived for harmony.
Yeah.
This is chaos. this is ridiculous. I've never seen such, profane pieces. Rook h5, rook d8, knight a5, bishop a3. By the way, that's a dark pawn on d2.
Just take the pawn works as well. Yeah, that's what he has done.
And by the way, 10 seconds for
Ivan?
For Ivan.
Queen takes g2,
but
munching
now
as well.
Everything's protected. You can take e6 pawn if you like.
That's a nice hakasito. Check.
Not only
Not
that,
to
but if you go king
mention-
to h7, then I have ideas of knight to f6.
Knight to f6. Oh, knight to f6. I was
And
also
queen to
looking
f7.
at knight to g3 ideas. as well. But yeah, this must be. Come
Yeah,
on,
Queen
over.
E6 should be.
Queen
should be
takes
winning,
E6 should be.
There's also a hidden move, like Queen from A6 guards the knight on F2, so you can take on D2 with the rook, in fact.
Oh.
That might be it, like, once again, lazy man's chess, as you call it. Just like swap some pieces, simplify the position.
Speaking of swapping pieces and simplifying the position, Queen E6, King H8,
King
Queen
C2.
G4.
Queen G4 wins as well, yeah, I mean, no questions asked. King C2.
And let's jump to Zagreb as Alejandro is with the world champion.
We're here with world champion Magnus Carlsen. He needed some points to really challenge the leaders, and that's what he did. He just beat a very clean game against Jordan van Foreest. Magnus, welcome to the studio. Tell us, this seemed very clean.
I think he misplayed the opening or the early middle game a little bit, and then he made a good decision to sack the exchange. That was, I think, I think the only chance.
A little bit further, right?
Yeah. F4. I mean, B6 was good. I mean, I'd kind of underestimated that because I thought after I went F4, I thought I was just gonna roll over him. So after that, there was quite a bit of work. But I felt that I was always favorite to make it in the end.
And absolutely, you made it seem very simple, especially with the huge time advantage you have. Technique was very strong.
Yeah, I mean, for once I actually played kind of quickly, and the 2 times that I played quickly against Dominguez as well, I actually did well in that game also. So overall, I think I've played okay until I get in time trouble, and then I've just played horribly. So my time management hasn't been good, but there has been some improvement. I mean, I lost a game I never in a million years should have lost. Definitely should have beaten Dominguez. Should probably have had chances against So as well. So, it's not as bad as the score suggests. I feel like I'm playing myself into reasonable shape. So I have one more game, and then a lot of blitz to look forward to.
Absolutely, we have tons of blitz ahead of us. The score's not that bad. Now that you took that Jordan, you're still within striking distance of some of the leaders.
Yeah, I guess I'll be 2 points behind Alireza, which is not good, but it's not a disaster. So it's still pretty early.
Yeah, we have one more rapid games, and remember, 18 full rounds of blitz. Well, we'll let you rest for the 3rd round of the day. Thank you, Magnus. Guys, back to the studio. 2 remaining games.
Thank you, Alejandro. 1 remaining game because Westin Topalov, Miro, has won. Trapped Ivan's a queen on the king side with rook h3. We have this one game remaining.
Is Wesley trying to win this one?
Yeah, that's a big question. What's going on in this game? Because
I thought we were going to be witnessing a draw, but as you say, who is playing?
It must be Wesley. There's no way Alireza is playing for a win this one.
That is a good point.
Bishop h4 followed by king to e2 probably would have been an offer for a repetition. He decided against it with bishop e5.
One of the things, when you make a move like bishop e5, you have to always calculate these king and pawn endings because you've burnt your bridges, essentially.
Yeah.
Anytime you're getting into a king and pawn endgame, there's no turning back, if you will.
King to e2, king to e6, king to
well,
f3.
I don't quite get what's
king to d6.
to be honest.
Finally, a draw agreed. As we can just now take a brief gander at the game of Topalov for just a second. That final move was actually pretty nasty one. In this position, we have just left to interview Magnus. F3, F4 is not as innocent as it appeared. Knight came back into play and
rook h3. Yeah, rook h3.
That's a visual.
Yeah, but even that, look, it's like from a different game. The bishop's on c1 for some reason. Yes, right. Just imagine what kind of a game that was.
Exactly.
It's go, maybe.
Very strange-looking position, Cristian. This game was discord. I mean, I don't know. Very, very rarely have I seen such a tangled web of pieces for
Let's
black.
go back before he takes on b7. Is it equal material?
Yeah, you see, like every move is marked with double question mark with the
because they were
the engine. Yeah, they were in terrible time trouble,
creating a mess, and that's what I mean. Look at this. Look at these black pieces everywhere. But for Vesel and Topalov, it wasn't the 3-0 score I was predicting. He started with 3 losses. Second day, 3 draws.
Yeah.
Today, 3 wins, but he didn't get the 3 wins.
He didn't get that one. Yeah, he lost in the 7th round. But now finally he wins his first game.
And let's jump to Zagreb and speak with Vesel himself.
We're here with Vasilin Topalov. He just won a crazy game against Ivan Sarich. Vasilin, take it away. What happened?
Well, apparently my knowledge is a bit outdated because I believe that what he did at the beginning, playing with the bishop on e6, was dubious. But apparently, I mean, ever since I studied this line, it was considered not so good. But apparently there are new lines, and it also works. So, okay, somehow I don't know, because here that's critical, and now d5. So, okay, of course I could also play the move. I thought also here queen h3 also looked interesting, but somehow I was not so sure what to do after castling, I think. So, okay, for example, here, somehow the move h6, I was not so sure about, also about, well, 1 second. Here, after ef, knight e4. Yeah, well, now white has a very good positional advantage, but there's a lot of dynamic, and also many pieces are hanging. So I don't know. Now it should be good for black, but what I missed was that, well, I missed many moves, but my original idea was different here, not to play c3, I think, was maybe, yeah, I thought I should go, somehow, my idea was to exchange the queen somehow by playing, I think there was some move, but c3 is probably just dubious. And now suddenly what I missed was that after queen d5, of course my plan was to go queen d3 maybe, or I don't, well, probably queen d3 was my plan, but there was some move and then trying to exchange the so if he takes, then I go queen c2. That was my idea. So
yes,
to go like this
d3.
with the queen. So if black takes, my idea was to go like this and then exchange pieces. So I thought, okay, with the knight on e4, white has a good position. I don't know if it's.
And
but
knight e5?
Yeah, knight e5, queen d4, no, and maybe, and then he just goes to
d5, right?
So maybe I can trade my queen and then play knight d4, but apparently it doesn't work because black has checks. Yeah, so there's a lot of dynamics, and it looked pretty dubious for me, I have to admit. But suddenly I'm lucky that here after d3. Well, no, in fact, my idea was to go something like rook d2, but then I saw it was just not working, and I had to play plan B, which was b3, and now knight g3, I have to admit that it looks very dubious, because white king is totally unprotected, but for the moment it is true that, okay, rook d3 obviously is the critical move, and then I thought that, okay, there are many, so that's my
your idea.
And then c4, yeah, this is worth.
Oh, that's very nice. Takes and
yeah,
then c4.
But that's not the end, because apparently there was some move, like taking.
Right.
And then he goes like this.
Rook c3, that's crazy with a checkmate on c1.
So taking,
wow.
And then maybe just winning for black. If he, well, no.
No, you pick up both pieces.
Exactly, because exactly, because here I'm, oops, sorry. I'm on time to first take on c6, and then white is winning. But yeah, and then so queen e5. It felt wrong because black doesn't really have any threats. But I played knight f1 because okay, I saw a move like this, but something like this, take. So knight takes d2,
right.
And then I thought that black takes here, check.
Oh, this looks scary.
Here, and I somehow didn't know what to do now. I thought it was kind of a perpetual.
Right.
Because if I go like this,
you have check
then
on e5.
black has check. So maybe it wins because I go up. Yeah, maybe it was just winning. But
but going up the board.
Yeah, but that somehow it felt bad because, and that's the reason I play knight f1 because my idea was to simply slowly collect the d2 pawn with and keep all the control, and I thought that also queen g3 is good. And I couldn't see also knight g3 is also an idea, so I thought it was a good move. Simply, not maybe not the best, but solid enough.
Solid enough,
and we
right.
were both in time trouble. And then okay, this is just not good because now okay, the rook is away and black has to either black goes for a hopeless ending, or keeps the queen, but then I just collect all the pawns from the
queen side.
Queen side. And then there was one little trick here, I think, that here I took, I think, and now I took again. So it's okay. I don't know about this move, but somehow I got scared about this, and then I don't. Let me see. Here, but of course, it is true that my queen is on g4. Somehow I thought it was on g2, because actually the black queen was there. So I started looking at all these checks, but of course it's just hopeless. I can just go here and...
but maybe not so clear. Intuition.
Then it goes check. Yeah, it goes check.
Or you play, according to the engine, rook h5
could
if
be,
you like.
could be, but maybe...
It's a bit
still,
stuck.
Yeah, still it's... So I just made a solid move because I felt like black has zero, all the pieces are misplayed and all endings are winning, so I don't need to calculate this. And of course,
the rest
this is
was
already
good.
Easy, yeah.
Vasilin, it seems like you're seeing a lot of tricks, you're seeing a lot of stuff. What's missing to score a couple more points?
Well, not really, because, for example, the first game today, I made a move, and then simply I thought my queen was on c8, but it was actually on b8. So I'm seeing some moves, but of course I'm also missing very simple moves, like, for example, against Magnus, the game I lost, I simply didn't realize he could take my bishop. And okay, it was not decisive because the mistake I made was later on. But okay, the very fact you miss such simple moves, that how the knight moves, it's quite disturbing. No, I'm not really playing well, but the truth is, I'm not really trained. I didn't come with any training for this, and but again, I'm enjoying the organization. It's really great, and for me, it's first time in Croatia, and I really enjoy.
It feels like you're getting better and better the more the tournament gets in.
Well, okay, at least I think I scored today. I had so many good positions against Mamedyarov, completely winning. Also, game one against Maxim, I was at some point clearly better. Okay, but of course it was complicated. So today I probably won the most undeserved game from those I played.
Well, it still was a fight, and you came out ahead. So congratulations on that one. One more rapid game. You think you're going to try to get the Blitz to catch up?
Well, the opening ceremony, I said that I like Blitz, but I thought my rapid chess was better, and it's a total disaster. So imagine how Blitz is. No, it's just around. Sometimes, if I kind of free my hand and play the natural moves, I have chances, I believe.
Well, absolutely. You're such a fantastic player. Thank you for taking the time to explain this game in detail. We'll let you go. One more rapid game left. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Vasilin. Guys, back to the studio in St. Louis. Last round of the Rapids. Remember, counts for double. Very important.
And here we have our standings after round 8, Miro.
Yeah, so Alireza has matured. Like, imagine taking a lead by not losing. He made the draw, but his closest rival, Jordan van Foreest, has lost. While he held for a draw Wesley So, who did not catch up him. Yeah, Alireza Firouzja on 11 points, Wesley So, Jordan van Foreest on 10, and Magnus Carlsen.
Creeping up, creeping up, very nice. MVL also at 9. And then we have our final round pairings coming up and looking, where's our marquee matchup? Miro?
It's Van Foreest Firouzja, undoubtedly two young guns, two gladiators facing each other in
tie
the
for
very last round.
Our first place, Firouzja with black against Jordan van Foreest. And Anastasia caught up with Jordan van Foreest, and we'll see you on the other side of this break after her interview.
Jordan, how is it going for you so far?
Yeah, I'm very happy, of course. I just lost to Magnus, which is a pity, because you're looking forward to especially playing Magnus, I would say, and then didn't really manage to put any resistance. But in the first round today, I managed to beat Topalov, which is of course a big moment, and overall I'm very satisfied.
Yeah, I mean, you were leading after the first round, and how was this feeling? You were sharing the first place with Alireza.
Yeah, I didn't really get to enjoy it because I immediately had to play Magnus with black, so I didn't really put any thought in that. But yeah, overall I'm of course very happy despite losing to Magnus just now.
Yeah, what about yesterday evening? I mean, did you get some comments from your fans, your friends?
Not too many, maybe from some close friends, but no, I just keep it rather quiet, and I only message maybe with my family a little bit, that's it.
Yeah. Tomorrow we're going to have also Blitz tournament, and I was just wondering which format do you prefer?
Oh, I prefer Blitz, but I'm much better in Rapid, I'm afraid, so I like to play Blitz, but it's I think it's my worst time control, so kind of looking forward, but also, I'm a bit scared it's gonna fall to pieces there, but we'll see.
Yeah, and today it's still one round to go. Against whom are you playing?
I'm playing Firouzja, so it's not going to be easy, yeah.
So what are your expectations?
Just try not to lose, I guess, and then that's about it. I'll just try to play a normal game.
Yeah, thank you so much. All the best of luck for you.
Thank you too.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our Grand Chess Tour broadcast, I wanted to say. But here we have our standings, Miro, after 8 rounds of rapid. 1 game left for today.
Yeah, so Alireza Firouzja is leading the pack after 2 draws today.
Exactly. And by coincidence, he happens to play Jordan van Foreest in this next round game. As we see our pairings, what's our marquee matchup? The 2 youths.
Yeah.
What else do we have, though?
Saric with Carlsen. Carlsen looking to improve the score before the Blitz, you know.
Surging, Magnus Carlsen. Yes, but also we have Wesley So versus Shaq. What do you think about Shaq at the moment? Up and down.
Yeah, up and down indeed. So he beat Magnus, which is of course a big win, but then seems not so impressive.
Wonderful, and once again, this will be our final rapid game. Tomorrow is Blitz.
Oh,
we'll have, yes, Saturday and Sunday, 9 rounds each day. Christian.
One player that is creeping in as well, and he is a Blitz specialist, is MVL. MVL is within striking distance right now, 9 points, definitely creeping in. And we know how good he is in Blitz. He won the Blitz section in Paris a couple of years ago, if not even last year as well. He's definitely a force to be reckoned with when it comes to fast time control. So definitely I'm having my eyes on him as well.
And what about my guy, Firouzja? You think he's a pushover in Blitz?
No, absolutely not.
Interestingly, for rapid, you can't really pick someone who's like a rapid specialist, but at least half of the tournament can be referred as Blitz specialist. Like you have Jan Nepo, you have Magnus isn't bad. Magnus isn't bad in Blitz.
Nepo, when he gets on a roll, can just simply get over the field.
Anastasia with Wesley So, I like that pick. Yeah, that's a good pick, solid.
Right, Wesley. By the way, Wesley undefeated completely in this event so far, right? I mean, just very, very smooth. He
One thing about
gets
Wesley, and Fabiano told me this, he hates losing.
Yes.
He really hates losing, so he avoids it. Now, this sometimes gives him a very conservative type of play. Nevertheless, when you don't lose and you occasionally win some games, you can find yourself in pole position. And this is exactly, or at least he's very close to that pole position right now.
One of the most unique players in this regard, I have to say, is Westin Topalov. So many players, whether they be Garry Kasparov, Bobby Fischer, Anatoly Karpov, just hated losing. They could win 2 games. They have a lose 1 game, and they'll talk about their loss for the whole evening, not about their 2 wins. Conversely, we have one Westin Topalov in the field who always was swinging for the fences. Losses did not deter him in the least. It was sort of like his attitude was, they come with the territory. I'm going to lose a lot of games, but I'm going to win a lot of games. And here he is, the old pro himself, at age 47, from Bulgaria, 2005 FIDE world champion from San Luis. And, well, he was a force to be reckoned with in that tournament, as I think he scored 6.5 out of 7 in the first half, or 6 out of 7.
Like that, yeah.
It was amazing. He just stormed the world championship in that year. It was definitely Westin Topalov.
He burned very bright. He was very dominant for a couple of years.
Exactly.
And then he slowed down. But when he was at his peak condition, he was unstoppable.
Well,
Such a scary force.
Yeah, Garry Kasparov lauded him as a kind of a dynamic player in his own style. And it was high praise indeed from Garry Kasparov as we see the players entering the stage. Quick thoughts, Miro. What has impressed you on this day 3 of Rapids?
What did we have once again? Yeah, well, finally Nepo winning a game was you know, like pleasant to see, right? And Jordan, I have to say, Jordan, even though he lost to Carlsen so far,
it can happen to anybody, right?
Very like a fantastic tournament for Jordan, and yeah.
And here they are, the youngsters at the board, 19 years young. Ali Firouzja there on the right. Jordan, again, he's 23, 3, I believe.
Yep.
One of the youngest winners of the Dutch championship. I think he was 16 at the time he entered the competition as a wild card, and wouldn't you know it, he ends up winning the tournament. As we have a Berlin or a Joko Piano.
Bishop b5.
And we have a Berlin.
Playing Berlin? Huh.
Everybody's
playing Berlin.
We've all been converted to the Berlin. Vladimir Kramnik will never live this down. I mean, he did it against Garry Kasparov, and ever since we've been playing Berlin. What has Jordan's anti-Berlin been? Or does he go into the ending?
I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I haven't studied Jordan as much.
We're about to find out.
Well, there's your answer.
Does he play d4? Does he play rook e1? Rook e1, we've seen so many draws in that line, but d4, this ending.
He's trying to remember. You can see it on his face. He's closing his eyes, trying to pick the line that he remembers the best. And this is the most important thing in these rapid time controls. Play something that you remember and create some problems for your opponent.
You're
Even
very unlikely to create problems in this.
Small problems. Small problems. Keep the position peaceful as it is. Create some small problems and try to take it from there.
All right, we're going to leave this position. Sorry to be a spoil sport, but I want more action.
Yeah.
Miro, where would you like to go?
Dominguez against MWL, just for a second. I mean, it's not that I'm very excited with the position, but could you kind of move few moves back? No, bishop c4 is fine. Yeah, bishop e6. And then I have a question. Is it different from Topalov's game?
Right.
And the answer is not. Also, and remember what Veselin said. So apparently my knowledge is a bit outdated because bishop e6 was considered to be bad.
Right.
And now Dominguez doesn't even go for Topalov's line. He goes bishop b3. So perhaps really Veselin has to brush up on his opening analysis.
Exactly.
One question, guys, is Magnus at the board? Because I haven't seen a move by him.
Is Magnus at the board? That's a sharp question. Yeah, and he arrives.
He just arrived.
And how many minutes did he... Well, forfeit for that. Can we see the clock right now?
He also has a little annoyed look on his face, like something had taken him off of his stride, that he was a little bit late for the game. I know
that's
a couple of minutes, right?
At least, yeah, a couple of minutes. That's not bad.
Ooh, no, knight c6, but e6, Taimanov.
We'll see. There is still an attempt to go for... yeah, you're right. A6. Yeah, I thought you could go knight f6, knight c6.
And invite Sveshnikov through a different move order. But a7, a6. For those of you who, are not under a rock, there was a wonderful, wonderful outing during the candidates tournament where Magnus, fresh from his stint in Las Vegas, goes to the park and plays against Judith Polgar, a Blitz game, and comes up with the Taimanov and ends up getting destroyed by the official commentator, Judith Polgar. And it was a very nice moment. Go to YouTube, look it up, because it was a very fun outing. Bishop a7, is this what they call the Khan variation of the Taimanov? We're never really sure how these openings get.
The Polugaevsky variation.
The what?
The Polugaevsky variation.
Bishop a7? No,
no.
The only Polugaevsky variation that I'm aware of is the bishop g5, b5 in Naidov. Yeah. I mean, it could be that this one.
This is the Khan Polugaevsky version.
Khan Polugaevsky.
Yes.
So, you know what? The most confusing for me in naming all those openings, that it used to be in our books, it was all called Paulsen Sicilian.
Yes, exactly.
Right, and then they've invented that this specific one is Taimanov, this one's Khan, and so on. It was called Paulsen Sicilian.
Please.
Or the hedgehog.
Oh, yeah. And what do we think of Saric's approach to this peculiar
I think definitely
variation?
the most testing, this idea of exchanging dark square bishops,
Yeah,
right? Because you want to take advantage of the newly created weaknesses, both on the queen side as well as in the center, that square d6. Only 2 games, by the way.
That's
played
rare.
at this point, so that's pretty rare.
Oh, for sure. Okay, if I'm white, I'm thinking I want to play the move e5 for a myriad number of reasons, not the least of which is I'd like this bishop to be open and also to control some dark squares. But I'm thinking this knight, since I haven't committed it to c3.
Knight d2
Knight
yeah,
d2,
it's very sensible here.
e5, knight c4, and knight d6 would be the dream come true. Am I worried about d5, Miro?
After knight d2,
Queen
okay,
e3.
he starts with queen e3.
That's a kind of a semi-tempo, half a tempo.
Yeah.
I might play just b7, b6 and ask.
Knight c6.
Knight c6 or b6, yeah. Knight c6.
Knight c6,
okay.
quickly played.
It does seem like Ivan is still aware of the best
C3.
moves in the position.
This
He
is
is
all-
making the best moves in the position right now.
You mean engine approved
Engine
or
approved, yes.
database?
No, there's no more games in the database.
Wow.
But these are engine approved, all of them. Queen to e3 followed by knight to c3.
These last few moves by white indicate to me that he's thinking of going long as opposed to castling short. Christian, jump right in. Would you?
Oh, he's
willingly
definitely
go
getting
long?
ready to go long. Yes, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Not only that, but for example, think about the move d5, right? It looks like it creates a lot of problems. Right now, but the problem for black is that after take on d5 with a pawn, we exchange that and you're getting ready to go d4. I can go castle.
Right.
And then even after you go with d4, I can just simply move the queen away. And then you're going to have to contend with all sorts of bishop takes h7 ideas.
d4. There is also, I think,
Maybe even knight takes
d4
d4 right
works, which is not very often.
Yes.
Yeah, this
knight
happens
takes
not
d4,
very.
and if you
Knight
take,
takes.
I can take on h7.
You take on h7, king h7, rook d4, and it continues because when
With
the
rook to
queen
h4.
moves, it's rook h4 and take the rook.
Very nice.
Nice.
And you don't have knight to f5
because queen h3
because of queen to
check,
h3
yeah.
check. Precisely.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's a beautiful tactic, by the way. Yeah, because you would stop somewhere here. Yeah, the queen h3.
It's a tactic because, well, you can just take and take on f8.
Yeah.
But I think this is known. I think he has analyzed this position. Yes, he's playing
Wow.
so fast. I think he has some knowledge about this position. Ivan Sarich, that is.
How deep are these players' preparation? I
Very
just
deep.
feel like you can't surprise anybody these days anymore. But then you do see these unusual moments where you're in novel territory after move 5. So it's confusing.
Yeah. Well, sometimes, yes, I'm really surprised, with the moves that they are surprised with. Pardon for, But yeah, but even like MVL's novelty against Carlsen on what, move 5, move 6, remember?
Right, exactly.
So this was the line that was already played for a couple of years. And a lot of discussion, and the whole kind of key points were coming around move 15.
Yep.
And could this be that nobody checked before, right? It seems like secret agreement. We only play this line starting from, I don't know, move 12, right? And then you have the variety of options. And then MVL breaks the agreement, says, okay, I'll go e6, I'll go d5, I'll equalize in 15 moves.
Right.
So
very,
sometimes
very
it's
peculiar.
surprising, yeah.
Christian, what game has caught your attention as...
I was looking at most of them, and most of them do seem quite balanced up to this point. An interesting endgame in the Dominguez versus MVL game, and we know that MVL is very close within striking distance from the leaders. Dominguez, on the other hand, haven't been really feeling himself in this tournament, so he definitely needs a victory in this one, and he has a really good position. I have to say, this endgame, definitely some pressure. You're going to see the rook coming to d1, a lot of pressure on the d file, and also you have some space on the queen side given by this advancement of the a-pawn. So I like White's chances, nevertheless, also MVL. He's such a specialist in the knight order. It's so difficult to beat him in these typical structures because he knows, even when he's worse, he knows where to put the pieces. And that's also extremely important when you're talking about rapid chess. He plays fast, he's going to put a lot of pressure on you.
Some echoes going on here between the game of Nepo and Westin Topalov and that variation you just showed of Dominguez. because white was having that pressure. But in this case, Veselin has gotten in the desired d6, d5 break, even though it's cost him a pawn on a6. Initiative versus the pawn?
Yeah, this seems to be a very strong initiative, if you ask me. Well, at least I'm looking at the line where you take on d5, yeah,
Okay.
and black captures with
Say
one of
this
the knights.
knight,
Yeah, say
I
this
will
knight,
take.
yeah. Knight's getting traded, bishop f2, and
Yes.
seems like a lot of jumping. Like knight b4 is a thing, rook d8 is a thing, yeah.
Bishop
Wait,
on-
so how do you defend after knight b4?
Yeah, that's the thing.
A lot of things. Yes, a lot of things.
That's a big question, right? If you go bishop d3, I think you take on b3 and rook d8, and you might actually already be in deep trouble.
That's very embarrassing, getting the double pawns and suffering a pin. We do have takes on d5, and I'm sure we're going to see knight takes d5 a la tempo here.
Okay, so how do we defend? You cannot get off the g1 a7 diagonal because then you have to contend with queen to a7. That picks up the bishop. So how do you stabilize the position as white?
Queen to d2, not happy. I don't like that move. I need a better move. Queen to d3, also not happy.
Queen to d3, knight to b4.
Yeah,
Terrible.
So bishop f2 is needed, knight b4, bishop like f1 or something?
But
and then just play that position.
I can't abandon this a7 square.
No.
A move like bishop d2
No,
simply
queen
walks
b6 or
in.
queen a7 just drops a piece.
Exactly.
So bishop
And
f2
Nepo.
is needed, right?
Nepo is not. He's not having the time of his life in this tournament. He seems to be off.
I think
a
we should
little bit.
definitely move to the leaders.
Please.
Right? Because we do have two leaders. That's Van Foreest and Ali Reza.
All
and
right.
they're facing each other right now. Actually, no, never mind. Van Foreest just lost. He was the leader going into the last round, but he lost.
Okay, so we lost interest in this game after they've played rook e1,
Right.
the anti-Berlin, but maybe the interest coming back because
Is it?
remember this line where the pawn on d4 was sacrificed. That's exactly the line we have on the board.
Okay, just a
So
second.
just-
We're looking at the Ali Reza game versus Van Foreest.
One Forest. with
Where are you? You're
Firouzja.
there.
Yeah,
Okay.
here it is.
So
That's a pawn
we
sacrifice.
have seen this pawn sacrifice that Wesley purposefully declined, and Ali Reza. Is that the move? I thought everybody's playing bishop f4.
It's somewhat confusing because white usually starts with bishop f4, and then this position comes about like white plays bishop f4, then black trades on e1, takes the pawn on d4, and yeah, in this position knight b1 to c3 is the move.
Right.
So what white does is basically an argument that bishop d3 is
It's
better of a
better-
move than bishop f4.
Okay.
At least to start with. And
Is it
we'll find
true?
out if it's true. Yeah. Who knows?
Okay.
Yes.
So as I understand it, you would like to play bishop f4 and queen e4 and take advantage. It takes me a while to
Well, unfortunately,
reorganize.
you don't have time to go knight e8 right now.
Yeah, well,
Yes.
yeah, that's the biggest kind of biggest difference, perhaps.
news.
So knight e8 is a known move in this other line, but now it's queen e4.
And we're embarrassed. But
Maybe you have to just give up the bishop.
Can I play b6 and say
b6, knight b5 would be my guess.
Ooh, knight b5.
knight b5?
Okay, at least
It's getting tricky.
At least I was hoping that this is going to work.
Tricky.
Maybe
Okay,
it
let's see if
doesn't.
it works. Take on b5. And go
Queen
F-
e4, of
no,
course,
queen
was the
f6
plan.
doesn't work.
give it back? Give it back.
So you want to do this?
Because I'm thinking that.
No, but then I take.
On
Yeah,
b7
take
or
it.
On
No,
h7.
take
On h7.
h7.
I want to checkmate you.
That's like a lot of checks in a row, and usually it's a good thing.
Let's see.
If you can count
Bishop
to
G5.
five.
One more. Okay.
Oh, by
Where
the
do you
way,
go now?
bishop is.
Yeah. At the very end, I can just regain a piece. Yes.
Then
so
I absolutely have to
So,
stop
for example,
it.
if you go bishop f6,
yeah,
I
bishop
think I can
f6,
just
queen
go
g7
queen
is
g7.
very good.
and
Right.
then I pick up on g5 and b5 with a
Yes.
weak king. So
Yes.
that is not good news.
Not good at all. No, you're playing for free.
Yeah,
The
so that's
free attack.
interesting. Will Wesley Oh,
No,
sorry, well,
no.
Wesley already managed not to lose this. Yeah, will
By not
Alireza
capturing,
yeah,
the
will
pawn.
Alireza kind of
If knight e8 is a bad news, can I try g6?
yeah, like maybe g6, hide the bishop on g7 or whatever.
Yes.
I just want to. I think I want to give up that bishop.
What? Bishop f4?
No, bishop takes c3 instead of g6. I don't like knight
Oh, you mean
d5.
immediately take on
Yeah,
c3? Okay, but then queen.
And he took it. He took on c3.
Ah, he took on c3. Okay.
Here I have to just pause. I mean, I don't like the damaged pawn structure, but
queen takes c3.
I like somehow keeping control.
Control over e file.
He took with the queen right away,
Took with
by
the
the way.
queen, yeah.
And, well...
Knight e8, right?
What else? Otherwise, bishop f4 and rook e1.
It only makes sense since he already took on c3, right?
And
Free up
he
the
has
knight.
played knight e8. So
You want to play d6. d6 and get the bishop out as fast as
agreed,
possible.
agreed.
Okay, so where's the compensation?
Two bishops. Compensation, our favorite assessment. Compensation.
I remember having breakfast with Garry Kasparov. I had lost a game in the previous round against Vladimir Kramnik, and I said, Gary, damn it, I lost yesterday. What was my problem? Kramnik. Gary said, two bishops. like past the yogurt, you know, like, two bishops, that's the compensation. But,
That's the compensation.
okay, tell me how am I supposed to organize my pieces? Should I put my bishop on d4? Should I
that's a
put
big
my...
question, right?
How do I compensate with two bishops?
It's really not an easy question to answer right now. Right?
That's
The
why-
engine is saying something along the lines of b4, b3 was played, put the bishop on b2, but even once you put the bishop on b2, I will be able to block that whenever I want with the move knight to f6. So I think it is white who is on the back foot. He
has to
needs to
prove.
find a way to potentially get the pawn back or at least transition into a more peaceful situation. Right now, he's just pawn down.
Yeah, and here again, interestingly enough, I'm not attracted to the move d5
no.
at all, not the least of reasons why potentially there would even be bishop a3 and rook e1 when the pawn is on d5. Not so easy to block that dark long diagonal, but something like d6, bishop here, and I don't know, bishop e6. Queen can come out to g5 later. Somehow this knight on e8 makes a pleasing impression. It defends c7, it defends g7. Not easy to prove the compensation. If you forgive me, I'd like to go to the game of Magnus Carlsen, Ivan Saric. What is going on? The rook on a7 has managed to find a home on c7. b5. I love these games where players are castled on opposite wings. Queen c8.
g4. Okay.
Let's go. g4. And again, your first impressions? Miro?
First impression that white somehow gets
space,
gets space, gets to attack the
you
black king. Yeah, before knight a4 perhaps is crucial. So the whole question is if you can take on c2. Perhaps the answer is not because knight b6.
And
something
d7
will fall,
is...
like d7 falls with great effect.
It's interesting to note that Ivan did not
Yeah, he
include the
could
move
have.
a2, a3
Yeah, he
because
could have played a3, but decided not to.
He may be thinking that he'd like to keep a4 as a possibility. g4, what is he doing? Going for...
Well, f5 perhaps, yeah. More f5 than g5, yeah?
Right? Okay.
f5 and then, who knows?
Good space.
Yeah.
Maybe we like white. How about you, Christian?
Yeah, no, it's a very balanced position right now. From a practical perspective, the way I look at it, I do like white. He played the move d5.
Magnus
now, this
plays
changes
d5.
completely the character of the position.
Well, he wants to block the d file.
You want to play
e5
as white, right?
I beg, sorry?
You have to play e5.
E5 b4 is Okay, you probably have to play e5, but then you have to have an answer. So what do I do?
Just maybe play with the pawn down.
Sacrifice the pawn.
Sacrifice the pawn. But is that actually a sacrifice? So
let's look at it. E5.
Let's go e5.
Yeah.
Can I go after b4 knight to a4 and
Yes.
try to put the knight on c5?
So if rook takes,
You're going to munch on another pawn. I know you, Yasser. You're going to take on h2 as well. I cannot stop you.
It's not that black has such
It's like, I feel like Dr. Strangelove must take pawns.
And now queen g3, and you put the rook on h6. Are you going to be happy with that rook?
Not really.
I'm not going to be happy with the rook. I'm going to be happy with the 2 pawns.
You do have 2 pawns. That is true.
Yeah, well, rook c1 though. Yeah.
Okay.
To be fair, fair, rook c1, knight c5 looks like white.
There's
How
a
are we looking in
compensation.
terms of compensation? Now this feels like compensation.
This word always
right?
pops up.
By the way, we do have e5
and b4.
b4 on the board.
And wait a second, that's the moment to remind
Knight a4
the
on the board as well. Maybe we're going straight into that
Okay.
line.
Yeah, so I was going to Saric's interview after he won a game against Nepo, and he said, like, yeah, if he would have gone for something solid, but for a change, he let me play my game.
Yes,
right.
I
And
picked up on that.
Isn't it his game then?
It is. He likes the sharp stuff. Rather than the line we just looked at.
He took the pawn, by the way. Rook takes c2 is on the board.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's do it a little bit positional. Let's go knight d4. Give me your rook.
Yeah, but
your
maybe
rook goes
rook
a.
c7 then. Maybe
Okay.
he doesn't want to.
I'll just show you what I had in mind as far as this one was concerned.
Whatever.
Is
knight c5.
or maybe f5.
Yeah. No,
And
I mean, it's
this
easy to believe that
starts
white has like a
to look-
very strong initiative.
Looks very scary. And this is what Ivan is saying is like, give me that position. And will he play knight d4 or knight b6?
Well, one thing we missed,
Yes.
it seems like, is that after knight to c5, black has this very good response.
Rook c4. Yeah.
Yeah,
Rook-
this,
Rook c4?
no, d4.
Ah, d4 is there.
Yes.
D4.
No, rook to c4, I think I have knight takes b7 and knight to a5, right?
Ah, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
But d4 opening up the bishop, knight d5 is also on tap, and also I have an extra square defended, the g2 square. So whenever I take on h2, you go queen to g3, I can just simply go rook to g2 and save my rook like that.
That makes
Yeah.
that makes a very pleasing impression, which is once again why knight to d4, stopping that positional pawn sacrifice, which opens up your bishop, opens up the d5 square, might be the right way. This is fascinating stuff. Sorry, I'm just going to go back to the youths because, you know, we should see what the two... And we do have d6 and, well...
Queen to b4.
Queen to b4.
Kind of probing, trying to, you know,
Provoke something.
some weaknesses.
Wait a minute. Does that just mean that... Wait, what do you play as black right now?
I'm thinking queen g5, trying to set a pretty crass trap
so
of
you've
queen
blundered
b7.
the pawn,
Not very subtle.
Well, somebody
not
was
really.
being brutal in one other game around here, but queen, yes, you're right, not
But
very
is it,
subtle.
Is it
Subtlety.
h4 that you're unhappy with?
Maybe h4, yeah.
h4, yeah. And queen g4 I can actually
Now I take on b7. Yeah, very nice.
Yeah, so perhaps...
So he played bishop d5.
Immediately.
Plays bishop
Immediately, yes.
d5 immediately, right?
Okay, defending the pawn and, well, intimating that queen g5 comes next.
Well, but maybe now you put the queen on f4. So you control all the squares.
To f4 in this one.
And then rook e1 is coming. I can actually see some play for white.
It's
There
happening.
are threats. There are threats.
It's happening.
Like bishop h7, for instance, already threatening to win the pawn back and be, say, more active in the resulting position. I'm not
Queen
sure.
f4 is on the board, guys.
Queen f4,
And,
threatening queen f5, as well as you said, bishop h7.
Jordan is feeling it. You still don't have a clear way of involving that rook into play, the rook on a8. And my next move, if you do defend against queen to f5, I will go rook to
rook
e1.
e1. Yeah.
I can improve my
H
position.
pawn.
You cannot.
Again, h pawn marching up the board.
H pawn, indeed.
Harry, and all of my pieces are attacking you. That's black's problem right
And
now.
the time
Even the
situation.
pawn, even the h pawn is attacking you.
Time situation.
What is
10
the
minutes
time?
for Ali Reza and 20 minutes for Yuri.
That's
21.
a huge time advantage.
Okay, so let me play. I was about to defend the bishop with the move c7, c6 to at least allow my queen this opportunity. Knight f6. Well, we can all
Guys,
understand rookie.
breaking news though.
Yes.
First, we have to go to Nepo versus Topalov because Topalov just blundered a piece.
Oh no!
Yes.
Oh really? That's a
innocuous looking position, and he just blundered a piece in one move. And right now, Nepo, if he sees rook to a6, and he seems a little bit confused.
Yeah,
rook
like
to a6,
rook a6
and there's no
threatening rook
defense
b6.
against rook to b6.
And you can only run away with one bishop.
Too many bishops on the b file.
That's a beautiful. Too many pieces on the b file. That's a beautiful motif.
Traffic jam on the b file as rook
You simply
a6.
don't have time to run away.
That is crazy. You.
And specifically rook a6, right?
Rook to
a7,
a6,
you
yeah.
have something else.
Well,
Wow.
rook to a7 probably. What's the refutation? Let's see.
Rook a7.
We don't know, but rook a6 is enough for sure.
Maybe f5 after rook a7.
Yeah,
So
maybe.
what was this innocuous move? G6. Well,
Just
it was
G6.
Time to draw the
Rook
bishop
a6
back.
on the board, and
Yeah.
Nepo speeds up. before
Wow.
the blitz.
Nepo finishing the day with 2 victories
back.
in a row.
Is he back?
This is over. This game is actually
This is-
just simply
you
over.
just drop one of the bishops, and this is it.
That is really a big surprise. And there you see the shake of the head. That
The funny part is that my queen is connected to the bishop on b4. If you try to kick the queen away with f5, I move on to the next bishop, queen to e3.
And you still have.
I'm
rook
always
b6
connected to one of your bishops with my queen. And then rook to b6 is coming next.
again.
And
Wow.
f4, you go back to.
I go back to e4, yes. I don't even take your bishop. Forget about taking your bishop.
Really know how
You're
to hurt
brutal.
a guy.
I can probably just take the bishop.
Don't take the bishop with check. You just go back. Wow. For Veselin, again, it kind of rains and it pours. Really a shocking moment there because it's just a lapse.
Yeah,
All you
like
have to
that-
do.
Drop the bishop to f8, and it's absolutely normal position.
Right? And even Veselin is looking at this saying, oh my God, this is like crazy. I can't save my bishops on the open file. All right. Well, as he's suffering,
That's a huge
Wesley
blunder.
So versus Shaq? What the
Whoa.
heck is going on here?
Okay, something's happening.
Well, kind of looks like Shaq is throwing the kitchen sink at Wesley. Knight f3 check. May I introduce?
Knight takes, pawn takes.
And the rook is hanging on.
But so is
his
the bishop on
mate
h4 and the checkmate, right?
and the checkmate. Yeah, I can handle the bishop on h4 by taking the rook, but it's this checkmate that hurts my feelings. Rook e4. Wow. I take on f3. You take on e3 and h3. Is that
Maybe I
what
go
happened,
rook
Miro?
h4. Maybe I go rook h4, like continuing to abuse the pins, you know. Go the
Interesting.
Take on h3 with the rook and go knight h5, you know.
Knight h5.
Yeah.
Okay.
So some threats for sure.
This isn't exactly what Wesley had in mind when he was playing the last round with the white pieces. He didn't expect that his king was going to be coming under such an assault.
Well, the black king is getting under an assault in the game between Van Foreest and Firouzja as well. Take a look at what happened there. Everything is coming into play. Queen to f4 followed by rook to e3, rook to e1, and rook to e3. I'm getting to g3 or f3. You're in big trouble right now.
Exactly.
Okay.
Oh dear. Knight d5, however. Knight d5 is a fork. Is there a...
Well, I can stop you with rook to g3, right?
Oh, pardon me. It's actually
white.
White's move.
Not only that, yeah. Yes, I was
That's small detail.
You know, so pleased to tell you. I would be pleased to tell you that after knight d5, I have that move or this move. Queen d4, I don't know, queen g3, something.
Right.
But
Bishop
it's
g7.
even worse. Yeah, it's even worse. It's white to move.
My turn. King F8.
And maybe I can, now that you put the king on F8, maybe I can even start with rook to F3.
Rook to F3. Well, then I'm not moving.
That's okay. But how do you improve the position? Because I think I'm starting to have threats such as queen to G5.
Queen to G5 threats?
Or queen, first of all, how do you defend against queen H4?
Yeah, queen H4 is not bad at all.
Queen G5, I see you have maybe knight to E8, but queen to H4?
Okay.
So queen H4 is the threat.
I will start, I suppose, with the
So
very
then you have to
ugly
start with H6, right?
H6. Any queen moves, I think I'm dropping back to either G8 or E8. Probably E8.
In that case, I'm going to go queen to E3 right now. You don't have the drop back because I have queen takes E6.
Yeah.
And then next move bishop takes F6, next move queen H6.
Queen
Well,
takes
actually,
H6.
that looks
This
that
might be
looks terrible.
problematic.
Rook F3 is
looks
one of those
terrible.
moves that, you know, kind of freezes the move. But I do have bishop D5, sorry. Rook F... do we have it on the board? No,
We don't
it's
yet.
analysis.
No.
Rook F3, bishop D5.
And now I move to G3.
C4, by the way, isn't that crafty? Stopping my knight D5.
Yeah, and bishop D5, yeah. C4. Yeah,
Is
apparently
it too
rook F3
crafty,
was
though?
stronger, but C4
I believe
still,
you. I believe you.
still keeps it.
All the pressure still is on black's side of the board.
Also on black's time right now.
And that was my next question. What is the clock time?
So
Jordan still on
minutes.
19 minutes, really?
Wow.
Yeah,
He's
Jordan
really speeding
still
things
kind of
up.
in the book, right? And then only
Well,
7 minutes for Alireza.
It's still in his book, I was going to say. And for Firouzja, am I wrong in thinking he's the... No, Wesley is undefeated.
Wesley's
as well.
undefeated as well as Firouzja, but Wesley's under attack against Mamedyarov. Firouzja
We
is under
saw.
attack here.
Yeah.
Right. And if Jordan happened to win this game, then
He catches up.
The standings?
highlight, yeah, he would highlight that it's actually not about being undefeated, it's about winning games, because
That's
he
right.
lost 2, but he won too many.
Exactly. And Magnus Carlsen.
So he
would be
actually
very-
doesn't catch up. He leapfrogs
Exactly.
Alireza.
Yeah.
Nepo wins. As Nepo finishes day 3 in style.
In fact, rook A6 just it was resignation after that.
He didn't see a move.
He didn't play a single
G6
move.
was terrible. Okay, back to our youths. As we see Jordan Van Forest enjoying his position as well as a time advantage. C2, C4. And we're struggling ourselves. We need a suggestion for Alireza. And
Give the reason.
Miro?
Crickets. Crickets.
Lickety split, if you please.
Yeah, H6 seems to be like the best move in the position, but
Okay.
H6
I mean,
is something along the lines of what you were doing after rook F3, right? I think.
Yeah, but this is
it's
where
so
I
tricky.
kind of felt...
And maybe now that you have an extra move, you can start off with queen to E7, which at least defends your bishop on E6. So after queen E3, you can drop back with the
Wait a
knight
second,
and not
is
have to worry about
G4 a
queen
move
takes
by
E6.
any chance? I don't know why I want to play G4, but just like, you know, to highlight my tactical talent.
Exactly,
So that it works.
exactly, yeah.
So that it works.
You know,
Yeah,
we'd like to build up a reputation as a
Yeah.
fearless attacker. Very good.
Well, especially since those are not my pawns and pieces.
Right. And look at these guys who are just getting started. No wins at all between
Yeah,
them.
3 draws and rapid.
Wow. Okay, I wouldn't have guessed that. The young guys tend to swing for the fences. We just had the U.S. juniors, seniors, and girls, an unbelievable number of decisive games. Nobody was making draws.
Nobody made.
Even the seniors were
But
infected.
why are you guys?
Like, what's going on? The seniors got juiced.
And to emphasize the fact of Alireza's age, he's actually 4 years younger than Jordan.
That's
4
crazy.
years younger.
4 years.
He's so young.
So like both youngsters, but one is...
Jordan already feels like an old man compared to Alireza.
Wait a second,
Knight H5.
That's not a good move. That cannot be
nobody
a good move.
has.
Cannot be.
Nobody likes this move. By the way, it just looks like an awful move. First of all, the bishop is hanging, so rook takes e3 is met by knight takes f4. We understand, but we play queen to f3, threatening rook takes as well as queen takes.
So does
So
it mean
I guess
he
you just want to
goes
go back to
And
F6?
then, in the immortal words of my trainer, a dear beloved friend who passed, Nikolai Minev, gift me the pawn.
Queen F3 is on the board.
Queen F3, and knight
Knight
goes
F6
back to
back.
F6. That was a terrible move. Knight H5.
He just couldn't find a single move.
Well, H6, we thought.
I guess he just believed that H6 doesn't improve his cause.
Okay,
but
wait a
giving
sec.
up the B7 pawn does?
Yeah, and
no.
Not only that. Yes, and not
G4.
only that,
You want to go back to G4?
I want to take on B7. No, but there is also a threat of bishop F6, and you will have to take with the pawn. Like say rook B8.
Yes.
Among other things, I have.
So
bishop
this is
takes
my
F6.
guess. If you do play queen takes b7, I think what he wants is find finally some sort of active play with d5.
D5?
I think it's the only thing that makes sense in the position.
But how about bishop F6 again?
I'm not saying it's good.
Right?
I'm
Don't you
saying
dare
that
say it's good.
Maybe his only hope.
And
like
Jordan,
bishop F6, GF6, and it's...
Jordan would like to get into the pawn grubbers.
Never mind. Knight
you
g4
were
is his
right
choice.
about him trying to be active, but he goes for knight g4, which apparently makes the situation even worse.
I have to say, this is just terrible.
what is this?
What is going on?
He's back to losing games. Okay, he didn't lose yet, but I mean, to playing the way he was playing in the candidates,
Exactly.
it's a little bit childish.
Exactly.
Pardon me, but
No. This coffee house
like
style.
attack something, go back, wait for your opponent to blunder. But these guys, they're not blundering very often.
And rook g3, it's too suggestive.
To take his side for a second, he only has 4 minutes on the clock. That's the problem. He needs to make a move.
Bishop
I understand his moves are not good, but he needs to he needs to play something.
Bishop takes g7 check, followed by h2, h3 is on tap for white.
Everything is on tap for white right now.
Then black's structure is destroyed and his king is loose. So Jordan, my goodness.
What a tournament.
What a
He's
tournament.
making some strides in this one.
I still, it feels like a long time ago, but I still remember his first interview with Alejandro, where he had started the tournament 2 out of 2 and said that he had played in a Blitz and Rapid where he only scored 2 victories, and he had already matched his performance. So
From the entire tournament.
Exactly. And look at this.
Rook to b8.
He's not planning to
Firouzja does not have the look of a person
Rook
who's...
b8?
I guess you can.
So yeah, so what do you do in such situations?
You can even pick up another pawn.
That's what I want. That's what I want to do. Yeah. But
You
wholeheartedly
dare
agree. No, but seriously, I believe Queen e4 objectively is the better move. But what I do, I just
Queen e4 hits h7 and hits the knight.
No, but it's such a pleasant choice, and it's such a pleasant feeling when you take on a7, basically asking your opponent, okay, you were struggling on the previous move. Now it's the same problem but pawn down. Please tell me how you're planning to get out of it. Yeah.
With this beautiful pawn sacrifice. Again, normally speaking, of
Rook
course.
e8, but then
Rook
e4, right?
You're thinking that you're activating your rook until you
Queen g7.
that it was
Everything
not
falls apart.
what it's all about. Queen takes a7, but queen e4. What a marvelous choice
I
it
think
is
he's
for.
going to go queen e4.
It's very hard not to play such a move because
queen e4 is
it's just sort of
beautiful.
like a kind of a well, not ping pong, but you're just hitting geometrically. You're hitting the pawn on h7.
Every
the rook,
possible angle. It seems,
yeah, pinball. I wanted to say, kind of
yeah.
hitting all of the bumpers. Nice.
This is completely over.
Wow.
Busted. What a game. What a game by Foreest.
To g5.
And a little pawn move. Maybe there'll be something. No, like some queen d2s.
No, nobody believes you, as Bent would say. h3.
Queen d2.
Queen d2, bishop takes g7 check.
So you're settling for such a...
Maybe you want more.
Well,
I think you just want more.
teeny weeny pawn.
No, those are 2 teeny weeny pawns.
Two makes it a lot different, right?
But you can start with queen takes h7.
We could start with queen takes
Keep
h7.
the 2 bishops.
You mean not playing h3?
Not h3, just queen
Oh,
takes
yeah,
h7.
queen takes h7. Fair enough.
I must
like
admit,
everything
if you're going to
wins.
put it like that,
Couple of pawns up and the two bishops.
I can resist everything except temptation. Queen h7, sure does look good. Sure does.
And
Well-
the problem is that even if you do get to d2 and then somehow you deliver the check on the first rank, I still have bishop f1.
Yeah,
Agreed.
You're like so far away from delivering any sort of damage to my position.
Exactly, exactly. And in the meanwhile, your king might just end up destroyed.
Okay, the vultures are here.
Yes, 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 yes. And we're warming gleefully our hands. Any other games catching your interest at the moment? Again, just to remind everybody, we do have our first result in round 9, our final result, our final game of today, Rapids. Nepo has won a miniature against
The Magnus game
Topalov.
is quite wild and it's heating up, but I think we should stay with that one just until we see the resignation. Because there's still plenty of time left in the other ones.
Are you sure? This Magnus game is amazing.
It's also crazy, but
Amazing game.
It is
The
indeed.
heck? Okay, Firouzja. Again, we are expecting queen takes h7 and or h3. We think that Jordan Van Forst is winning, but this is the Magnus Carlsen
yeah,
game.
Magnus Carlsen's
And
game.
It is crazy.
And it seems like he also went wrong at some point because
He
I
did? He went
remember,
wrong?
yeah, Compy suggesting that he was
Shall I
better
go to that
slash
game? Would you
much
like me
better,
to?
I believe.
Shall I go to that game? It's a crazy game. This is the game where knight d4 we were arguing, but h4.
Which allowed
by
d4, yeah, and after
Sarich.
d4, it seems that black is good. In fact, some knight d5 was better than bishop d5. Doesn't matter. Let's look at the.
But
at the-
f6 has just blown up the whole position. Now I'm assuming it's queen takes e5, but knight d7.
Yeah, queen e5, knight d7 resigns
There's no mate on
because
b2.
b2 is guarded, right?
Exactly. So the desirable queen takes e5, knight d7 with the idea of knight f6 hurts the feelings.
So what do we do then? Take fe5?
That is
You probably have to, right?
right. Well, e f6 and mate otherwise. So let's take a look. If we take, what
I mean,
is
there's a wild move, rook to d8, but that makes absolutely no sense from a human's perspective.
rook to d8.
Yeah, that just we're not going to see that on the board.
Okay, but let's imagine. And now, how does white continue?
Rook takes g4?
Yeah, Magnus captures on g4. I briefly thought about this, and
So he gives his
knight
knight
f5 is the point.
the
Yeah,
square
I wasn't sure what
f5.
I didn't like here. Queen f6. Yeah, how do we reply to queen f6? Because knight f5, I guess white can take the bishop, right? Queen f6, knight f5, rook d5.
Man, I'm just still catching up with the.
There's
Z
a
of the
great move
position.
and pattern in the position right now.
Rook takes d5, knight e6.
There was knight b6.
Knight
What a
b6.
move, knight b6.
Exactly.
He missed it.
Right.
It's all about getting that knight towards f6.
Correct.
But he didn't. That's fine. This is the human's perspective. Just take on
Queen
f6
takes
with the queen.
f6.
King h7, by the way, the move Magnus ended up playing is the only move. The only move.
Not
to get,
intuitively obvious, by the way.
Not to get into trouble, but now he might be even better after king h7.
That is crazy.
Because apparently the king is safe, believe it or not.
Okay,
Hiding behind the
and-
white pawn.
And it's funny because I want to take on d5, and I want to be able to give a queen f5 check, right? But you have this really annoying intermezzo, like rook takes d5, knight takes d5.
And if you're trying to be brilliant, kind of sacrificing two exchange, double exchange sacrifice, Petrosian style, but
Right.
rook g1.
And unfortunately, even knight e6 is no longer playable as well. So, okay, king h7, Cristian, jump right in. Tell us what Ivan Sarich needs to do to stay competitive.
You mean to stay, to keep 0-0
Correct.
on the board? Rook to c1 seems to be the best move in the position.
I can get behind that move.
There's nothing immediate happening, and this is the point in this position. You have to understand that, sure, you're getting very close to the black king, but you don't have enough resources. So what you do need to do is just stabilize the position as it is. Rook to c1 does that.
The thing is, we talk about the superfluous knights, this knight on a4, these pieces are working. The knight on e7, the bishop on d5. The knight on a4 is not working. Rook c1, I understand, releases...
Perhaps ideas of knight to b6 followed by
right?
knight to d7, exactly.
Yeah. So that's why I can get behind this move, rook c1.
Also, rook to c1, I mean, there's a threat, right?
Knight takes e6.
That's a big one. So you do need to get the queen off the c file after that.
Right. Okay.
And it makes sense, right? I mean,
well,
it
also,
defends...
when you play the move rook c1, and if you force me to move my queen, I have to...
Rook to c1 is on the board.
I have to maintain contact with the d7 square.
Yeah, I think you have to go queen d8. Right?
Queen d8, queen a7, but definitely...
And by the way, guys, it does seem like Firouzja is not giving up just yet.
Did not resign. I mean,
not giving up just yet. And
we were
found
calling
some
in the
tactics.
priest and the last rights.
Wait a second. So what happened?
He found some tactics in the position.
He found, or Jordan missed. Queen h7. Wait a second. Queen h7 was played. The move that we were suggesting was good,
Rook
right?
f3, defends f2, check. We always had this move, but knight h2, keeping the initiative alive. King takes h2, queen f1. Now,
it's not so much about the initiative right now, but I think it's just about the fact that my king finally feels a bit safe on d7.
Agreed. Agreed with that. That is true.
So you are a pawn up, but my king at least has found some shelter.
Yeah, you were getting Black's king was getting blasted on the king side, and if it does make a little kind of a jaunt to the c6 square, you'll be fine. Jordan has won only minimal material as well, right? It's 5 versus 4.
And right now, once again, it comes down to that time situation. 1 minute and 55 seconds for Ali Reza and 11 minutes for Jordan, still maintaining a very significant lead on the clock.
Okay, but now I need to do something very serious. I think I need to open up the king a little bit with the
And
moves
that's
like
the practical
C5.
move as well, right?
Right.
You're putting immediate pressure on the black king.
Exactly.
I like that move, c5.
In order, I have a queen g5
Yeah.
check.
So I was a bit worried about rook b4 and then getting to g4. Maybe that's the way for black to include the rook in the game. But yeah, but
c5
unlike
is
c5,
on the board. Nice
So,
move by Jordan.
Rook to g4.
Now the question is, after rook to g4,
yeah, you'll take f7.
can
yeah.
I?
Yeah.
I was actually thinking about taking on d6 and going bishop f6 followed by queen to f8.
Well,
This might
be careful. There's a mate on g2, right?
No,
Well, your rook
but
is
the
still
rook
on
is
b4,
not
so I'm
there
giving
yet.
some
Yeah,
checks.
so if black lifts the rook to b4, right?
Yes, that is the idea. Rook
So
to
who's
b4.
checkmating who first is the question.
Right.
So I
Rook
take
b4.
on.
By the way, you know what? You go c6, and perhaps I just can't stop bishop check and then
yes.
queen h8.
That's
So the king is
dangerous.
boxed.
That's hurtful.
And you don't actually look at that move.
Yeah, c6. It's
because
not like it's very
obviously
appealing. Yeah.
I'm playing to open the position. And
Yeah, you've played
C6
c5 in order to capture. By the way, c6 is a threat. Now,
Yes,
now I
yeah,
realize
yeah,
c6,
yeah.
bishop f6.
It's
kind
a
of
very
mate
hidden
intrigue.
move.
right? Maybe we have to play a little awkward.
No, like king d7, perhaps.
And then there could always be a
But then, yeah, but then
sacrifices.
white exchanges goes maybe even queen d4, switching the flanks. You know. Yeah,
Yes,
that
with the
would
pawn
be-
on a7 hanging.
With this structure, I believe white should be winning again.
By the way, guys, Magnus down to his last 3 minutes against 8 minutes for Ivan Saric. So there's some time trouble brewing in that one as well.
And we do have a move by... He's allowed c6? Did I see that right? Firouzja? Queen to d1? He's allowing c6?
Ali Reza.
Yes, and he
Yes,
played
he
it.
blundered c6
And he
it's
resigned.
game.
It's game.
I told you, guys, that was a hidden move.
It was a
C6.
beautiful.
That's a beautiful, beautiful tactic that Alireza Firouzja made.
Wow.
What a game and what a victory for Jordan.
Jordan won Foreest. It's unbelievable, yes. It's unbelievable. Nobody from us picked him for a winner.
I'm ashamed of you all. How dare you?
And, well, at least it's comforting to know that Yasser was just as far away as everyone else of us.
I just wanted to say I had a horse in that race. Let me tell you something. Wow. C7, C5, C6. And
that's a beautiful finish.
Mate is coming with bishop
F6.
and a mate. Wow. Let's switch our game over to the Magnus Carlsen because that's been a Donnybrook for some time. Help us out, Cristian. What have you been discovering about this game?
I've been watching the Alireza, that's C6. I haven't been discovering anything, but right now it does seem like Black has managed to defend his king's position and is taking over the initiative, given the fact that those two knights are really badly placed. This is the definition of superfluous knights.
Exactly. Okay, one good thing is the knight on c5 is always working. First of all, we stop bishop e4. Then if we ever transfer our knight to f6, it's gold. How about we play a move like b3?
Sure, let's get the knight to f5.
To get...
Why not?
Yeah, that's... Where am I putting my queen?
That's
the
problem. My king is so safe right now, right? On h7.
It's crazy. It actually is. It's very safe.
And I have a lot of targets to work with. Even in the endgame, your e5, h5 pawns are not going to be assets, but rather liabilities.
Agreed. I'm still musing over where do I put my queen? Okay, I'm picking a square. Let's go.
Yeah, queen g5, and you want to go to f6, right?
Let's go, rook g8, or something along those lines.
My plan was to answer rook g8 with the tickle queen f6.
Yeah. That's why, perhaps, Magnus
But now
might
maybe I
want
can
to
go
start
back
with
to
rook
h6.
g8. Yeah?
Knight h6.
Wait, he did play some move. No?
We just...
Or getting confused. No, b3 was not yet played. Sorry.
No, I saw it.
He's still
Okay.
thinking. He's still
So
thinking.
b3, knight f5,
No, I was
and you were
Knight
saying
h6.
knight
Yeah.
h6.
Yeah, let's go back.
yeah, okay, this works as well. But then why don't we start with rook g8? I mean, instead of knight f5.
Yeah, if you'd like to keep the knight on h6, you, as Miro was saying,
That's a good point.
you don't need.
That is a good point.
Maybe you.
At the
lose
same time,
tempo.
wait a minute. So let's leave the knight on f5. Your queen is sort of trapped.
It's true.
On
right?
f6. So maybe I can go queen to e8 back, but that allows knight coming
then
back to
knight
b6.
starts jumping.
Yeah, I don't want to allow this. No.
No, queen's ideal on c6 for the time being, like restricting both knights.
Yeah, but there's something charming about this knight.
Yeah, the knight on
holding
h6,
f7 and maybe allowing
but seriously,
you
rook
to,
g8, rook g2, and then we'll see where the knight's going.
Wow. You know, even when he's not doing well, Magnus's games are somehow, you know, magnetic. They draw you in, and you start thinking to yourself, he's such a gifted player that he comes up with these. This is a really remarkable conception of keeping your king safe on an open G file.
Yeah.
Right? Wow.
Wait a minute. So if Magnus wins this one, he's going to go to 11 points and catch up with Alireza, only 1 point behind Jordan.
Which is what he said that in his interview with Alejandro. If he goes into the Blitz just a mere 2 points behind, he will be happy. 1 point behind? Fantastic. We have a draw, Miro.
Yeah, that's a draw for Dominguez and MBL. So
Apologies, we didn't follow anything in particular happened in that game. between MVL and...
No, it started similar to Topalov's game, remember, this night
Yes.
and then we abandoned it.
The kind of
Dominguez had some pull in the end game, but didn't manage to do anything with it.
Yeah, we abandoned it, but
let's
be fair for a good reason, because there was this one Foreest game and also Carlsen's game, both of which.
Wait a minute. Ivan actually was the one who got
Yeah,
the G file.
he went Queen D3
check and Rook G1.
But maybe that's a smart thing to do, because otherwise Black would have taken and you no
Agreed.
longer have.
B3, I guess, is a move we can always play, but again, I was looking to bring these knights into the game. By the way, I just saw Wesley So and Shakhriyar out of the corner of my eye, and I thought, well, did Wesley again somehow magically save?
He did.
Yeah, well, it seems so.
He saved that.
I mean, it looked
At some point, it looked really bad.
He's good at saving lost positions.
He's remarkable.
I mean, not only it did look bad, it was completely lost, let's be fair.
Only completely lost. But let's jump to Zagreb, Alejandro, and our tournament leader.
We're here with the tournament leader, Jordan van Foreest. Tell us, how's it feel?
Yeah, pretty surreal, I have to say. I didn't expect this at all, of course. Yeah, I don't know. The games I'm winning, everything is really flowing smoothly for me, and I'm really getting the kind of positions which I like. So,
take us through those positions. Let's get started with here. We had a Berlin.
Yes.
Were you aware that this particular Berlin had been played before in this tournament?
Well, I thought Alireza, but with knight c3 as well, because I thought Alireza played like c3 against Wesley.
It was Dominguez Wesley saw in round one. He went bishop f4.
Oh, no, I didn't see that.
Bishop d3 part of your prep?
Yeah, I actually prepared it for Topalov, but I was choosing a little bit of lines, especially because of here I have a lot of choice, and it's like black is completely fine, but with the two bishops in rapid it can get tricky, as the game showed, and there's a lot of ways. But I thought b3 is very tricky because actually d6 here is inaccurate. Like you have to play d5, but humanly it looks kind of strange to weaken all the dark squares. And I believe like after bishop b2 you should still play d5 according to the computer, which is very hard for a human. And after that, I think it's really much better for white. I knew this queen b4 idea as well.
Wow, that's amazing. Very strong preparation and very practical in some ways. Cagey that you're trying to get your opponents to make natural moves that seem like mistakes.
Yeah, I try. So I mean, in rapid it can work out very well. In classical, like these lines, they're easily refuted, and the opponent will find all the moves. But in rapid, it's very hard to navigate your way through such a little bit complicated lines where the opponent has some initiative, I would say.
Take us a little bit of some of the key mistakes. Of course, this is unpleasant, but it's not lost. Where did you feel he was starting to lose the thread?
Yeah, so I knew like queen g5 here is very logical, but then there's queen b4. So after bishop e6, I figured queen b4 also is the move, because otherwise he can play queen f6.
Right.
If he tries queen f6 here, I think there's queen e1, and I'm... Yeah, so, I mean, then immediately I really liked my position, and around here I was expecting him to play h6, actually, which apparently is the computer move, and after rook g3, king f8, and I didn't really see how to break through, but... yeah, I actually saw bishop takes h7 like after I played c4.
Oh,
but anyway, the white position is really easy to play here, and I thought maybe you should try d5 here, but I wasn't like dissatisfied here, and it's just in time trouble also for him. It's a very hard position to play, and all the white moves are just coming so naturally.
You had a huge time advantage over him, and then he hits you with a tactic. Now, queen to the back rank, knight takes h2. Do you feel that you were letting it go, or did you feel in control?
Yeah, well, with Alireza, you have to be extremely careful. He's he's just so incredibly tricky. So, knight takes h2, I did miss indeed, but I immediately realized, okay, I'm still up 2 pawns, you know, and my king is not checkmated. Oh, but actually, yeah, it's not so clear afterwards. I see my computer, but I thought it should still be winning. Actually, I'm only up 1 point, but I thought like his king is much more insecure, and with the c5 it looked really strong still for me, so I was not...
No, c5
I didn't think I let the win
move.
slip, but it wasn't the best technique, I would say.
Still good enough for a rapid game. How do you feel going into the Blitz? Do you consider yourself a Blitz specialist?
No, not at all. I'm terrible at Blitz, so don't tell my opponents. But yeah, no, I think like rapid is actually my best time control, and Blitz is my worst. But I enjoy playing Blitz the most, so I'll just try to enjoy and take whatever point I can, but it's going to be very tough for sure.
Well, you're nursing a nice advantage. You're going to be going into the Blitz as solo first place, as we don't expect Wesley to win his game. Actually, let's go there immediately. See how that's going? Well, seems like a drawn endgame.
Yeah, if anyone,
Somehow.
white has to be careful, but I guess the king is just in time to pick up those pawns on the queen side.
Absolutely, so you're going to be guaranteed first place going into the Blitz. Good job so far. Good luck in the Blitz.
Thank you so much.
Guys, back to the studio. Just a couple of games left in the Rapids here in Zagreb.
Thank you, Alejandro. Thank you, Jordan. You hear this? I'm terrible.
Yeah, well,
our audience is like, if he's terrible, where am I? I mean, come on.
I'm passing my black belt in modesty to this little chap.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, it was such a pleasant interview to listen to.
Exactly.
Really.
No, and don't trust him one bit. Jordan is actually very dangerous in Blitz, and he enjoys it a lot. But yes, he's tempering the expectations of his fans. Jumping into the Magnus Carlsen game, looky. The knight is trying to find the cookie. Knight f6 check on tap suddenly. Did Magnus
Once
lose
again, he goes below 1 minute. I mean, I don't really like it.
Just a second. What's going on, guys? Knight f6, Ivan Sarich.
Knight is getting back into play, right? So we have to stop it somehow. Can we get the knight to
can't really
e4?
stop it.
Knight to d4.
Knight
G3.
Knight
G3.
He's going to e4, try to stop knight to
G3,
f6.
yeah, okay. So now check would be, well,
Check would be mad
inaccurate
with
because queen
f6.
takes.
And then
No, I
queen
mean,
d3,
check
queen
with the
f5.
knight on f6, and then...
Are you right? Because the queen takes. But what about queen d3 check?
Bishop e4.
And knight f6 check?
And queen takes anyway.
Ah, then you just take it anyway.
I'm taking a lot of pawns at the end.
Yes, you are. Knight g3 on the board. And that's a trap that would be easy to fall for until you realize queen takes f6.
Magnus definitely with the advantage here, but with less than 1 minute against 3 minutes almost, it's not going to be, once again, an easy conversion. It's all about conversion for Magnus in this event so far.
By the way, there is a bishop e4 and a queen c1.
That's right.
Like
that's
if you
right.
do something silly like queen f2,
queen f2, yeah.
you fall immediately into bishop e4 check.
That's kind of a big threat.
That's nasty. So maybe queen e1? And
e1,
just
but then I go knight to e4, right?
Knight e4.
You can go knight e4, right?
It doesn't
block the knight.
It doesn't actually win any material, though. I mean, it's just a nice square to stop me from jumping to f6. And what did he do? Ivan has that look of, oh dear.
Queen?
I'm
Wait a
on the
minute.
back foot.
He just played queen to f2, bishop to e4, and he resigned.
He resigned.
Yes. He fell for your trick, Yasser. You jinxed him.
I'm telling you, commentator's curse. That was terrible. Well, Magnus recovering a very, very slow start. He's notoriously a slow starter, but getting ready for the Blitz with only a 1-point deficit.
And the last game, which somehow is still pending.
Yeah, the last game's gonna be a draw, right?
Why are we so sure, by the way, about the draw? Just count, right?
So I think king e4 just makes a draw, right? Or king e5.
e5 is what Wesley's... Yeah, basically, like the
anything
run
to get
for
to the b5.
pawns, yeah.
You want to go to
Run
the
for the
b5
b
square.
Yes.
That's the crucial square. King takes a2.
There's not
king,
Wait a second, can I do king a3
No.
at least, like, get the... Yeah, king a3, king c4, king a4 at least. No, but then the king's coming to...
Wesley's looking at him. King a4, king king c4.
King c4, king a4. For now, I'm at least kind of guaranteed.
And king c3.
Yeah, and you go king c3.
b5,
king b2, and then...
King b4. But never mind. That should be a draw. Whoa, Wesley played this move.
Oh, wait a second. Do we
B6?
believe it's a draw?
b6?
There's like some mutual
I'm getting worried. That move, king.
No, there is no mutual
Did king d4 blow it for
not
Cristian?
really.
No. It's still fine.
It's still fine.
It's still fine, and he's playing fast. So I think he figured this out.
Yeah, first, yes, I thought like you probably see along the same lines, right? King a3,
right?
King c5, b4, king b5, b6.
B6.
And I thought, yeah, okay.
Genius.
Okay, he
But then
doesn't have a move, but he has. It's
King c4.
b5, it's never it suits one. Yeah.
But king c4, king a4 at that point, and then
Exactly.
you just... No, but how do you... then you have king d5, only move.
Right.
Because after b3, take, you have king c6.
King c6, yeah, so
Nice.
he's holding, but maybe at some point he will have to find the only
I find it amusing that in his hands, Wesley is holding onto the black queen. I will never let you promote.
There's an extra one. There's an extra one there.
Aha.
So he's being nice. He's being nice. Okay, so Shaq is still trying. And by the way, Shaq is holding on to the white queen.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Less chance that white's going to promote it than black.
So how do you create any
current
chances right
stand,
now?
a
King to
king
a3.
A3,
We know
king
king to c3
A3.
or king to c5.
It's pretty much the same, yeah?
King to c5 seems somewhat more, shall we say, forcing? But now Wesley's hesitating. But if you play king c3 and I go b6, you will go...
Yeah, I will not kill anywhere.
Then
Yeah, so king c3 is
Then I
not
lose.
very clever.
Then
Yeah,
you
so
lose.
finally we found one, which works, yeah.
If there's one, there's another, right? King c4.
King c4 perhaps is...
Clever. King c5.
Yeah, then king c4. But he can go king a5 still, and then perhaps force this...
Well,
king
no
c5,
choice,
king a5. I mean, he can
Wesley.
force this position where Wesley has to find the only move, I'm guessing.
Yes.
King
So it's still a
c5
draw.
now.
Wesley is remarkable in
Yeah, king
his
a5.
ability to find tricky ways out. I mean, obviously it's a table-based draw, but I must say, in my studies of king and pawn endgames, I don't ever think I've got this position on my study sheet.
No, it's a very
Unusual one,
pattern,
right?
for sure.
King b3, king b5, king b2, and
I think that's what you don't want to see.
You don't want to see?
I don't think so. Because king a4, king a3, if you allow me, and then b3, right?
So you think I should play king to d4?
King d4 or king d5, yes.
Wait a second, king d5?
King...
Yeah, king b5,
King
shouldering.
d4.
King d4.
King a4, king c4.
King c4, we are back on track.
And we're back on track, right.
Yeah, Wesley is good.
Wow.
Well, Wesley is holding on. Maybe even king d6 right now. Try to approach you from behind.
Uh-huh. I would be so reluctant to play such a move, but...
Yeah, somehow you psychologically you want to keep the king
It's
closer to your own pawn, even though
mean,
you have no chance whatsoever to protect it, right?
Yeah.
But you want to keep the king closer.
Oh, but now we do have king c6 and...
Maybe even king c7.
King c7.
I think that forces matters. That's why I
Right.
want to go to c7.
Exactly.
Even king c7, you go king b5, then I go king d6 back.
King c6.
Now I go king a6, and at least I'm taking the opposition. Big win.
But big
Yeah, but the question is
deal.
what's all about, yeah? King d6, king b5, king
Wesley's-
d5, and we are back to where we started, right?
Now king
Yeah.
d5, yeah, there's not much to do.
Yeah. King
a4,
king c6.
I think this just forces liquidation.
King a3, king b5.
Yeah.
King a3, king b5. Only move.
Yes.
And
There you have it. King versus king.
Wow. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Yeah, this move, this idea of going king d6, what you were saying, your natural instinct is to come back and to defend the pawn on a2. I was reminded of the comment by Michael Tal after losing his world championship match. He said, now the Soviet children are all very happy they can go back to learning how to defend their pawns and pieces rather than learning how to sacrifice them. And we have the standings after our Rapid Championship. The winner of the Rapid Championship tournament, Miro,
is Jordan van Foreest. And then it's a huge tie for the second. And Wesley, with all what it takes, he is still undefeated. The only in the field who's undefeated. Wesley saw he somewhat slowed down. Who sped up, surely, is Magnus Carlsen, the world champion.
Who's scoring 5 points out of a possible 6 in this day 3 of play, bringing him to 11. But Jordan van Foreest, my goodness, lost 2 games, but look at how many games he's won to take a lead as we go into our Blitz. Whew, I'm sure we're going to have some news from Zagreb, but as we take a pause, I just want to remind everybody that tomorrow we will be playing our first day of Blitz. It will be 9 rounds.
So basically the same round robin that we had in Rapid along 3 days.
Exactly, and then they'll switch colors come Sunday. 18 games of Blitz coming up, 18 points also coming up. So those standings that you just saw can change
drastically, yes. So now I'm looking at the standings, and it's only 2 points that separate your guy from my guy.
Right.
I'm still getting hopeful. So thank you, Jan, for winning a couple of games at the end.
Exactly. We wanted to make it a contest. Cristian, jump right in. We see Wesley So, undefeated player, but boy, he was close in this round.
Well, what I'm seeing is my pick, Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, surging through the rankings and only 1 point behind the leader, Jordan van Foreest, and that gives me hope. Maybe one day my pick is going to win the event. I think it would be for the first time. So I'm definitely taking a look at that one. Of course, I'm mightily impressed with Jordan van Foreest and his performance up to this point. This young man came into this competition as one of the lowest rated players.
Yes, he did.
And he's just exploding. I mean, the guy is just playing brilliant chess. I have to say, he's very well prepared. He plays fast, he plays confident. And even when he released some pressure against Ali Reza, he immediately took back over with that important move c5. That was crucial. If you miss a tempo at that point and allow the king to go to d7 and stabilize as black, you're giving your opponent too many chances. He played the move c5. I'm seeing a very, very courageous spirit from Jordan in this event, and I really enjoy that. And we also have Alejandro in Zagreb with Shakhriyar Mamedyarov.
We're here with Shak Mamedyarov. Shak, you had a topsy-turvy rapid section of the tournament. You beat Magnus Carlsen, but you had some problems here and there. How do you evaluate it?
Okay, after Magnus, of course, I blundered this endgame against Ali Reza. And also today's first game, Maxim, it was absolutely winning position endgame, and I lose this position. And of course, in last game, it's absolutely winning position. It looks very easy winning position. I think every move is winning, and it was fantastic for me because I think endgame is winning. I mean, it looks he just go with king and is winning. But Wesley, he played very fast. This endgame, I don't know. Okay, it was only one chance for him to play in game. But somewhere I missed rook d8, and after rook d8...
Tell us about this rook d8. Where did you miss it?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, after it was a very good idea, rook e4 and take rook h3, and his black looks absolutely winning position. And take, I think every move I played good. Rook h5 is also like rook e5, take. Of course, here I can take his knight also. I can take, it looks bad, but queen h5. I was sure his bishop c7 and knight e4 is winning very easily, and for this reason I just played in 1 second this move knight e4 after bishop c7, and I absolutely missed the rook d8 move. But after rook d8, I think it's winning position because normally it was my idea check if play king g2. Yeah, king g2 is no, after king g1. Yeah, it's king g1. I just check king h2. I think it's same, and I take and knight f2. It is very good, and this I think is winning position. But you play king h1. This looks very strange move. But again, I after I miss f3 move. I mean, F3, but it's okay. F3 after F3 is very good chance for him for draw.
And in the opponent game, were you surprised that he held on?
No, but normally it looks okay. It is 2 pawns against 3, and king just come and eat all pawns. But what's fantastic is, but of course, but okay, how I don't know. I don't know.
It does kind of defy the loss of chess, right? Outside pass pawn already still inside.
I mean, it's queen c2 is normally his draw position. I mean, very good chance for him for draw. But queen h6, I think, okay, of course, I need to play this end game because it looks, you just go with kings. And I think too much here about king d3. I think is I think I will take c4. King d3 is winning, but king d3 is also it looks very good, but it's just come with king. It's very strange. King just go again same.
King takes, king better.
Yeah, oh, then this way.
And right on time you take on b6, right?
b6 and this draw. Okay, just this big miss. I mean, today I blunders in first game and last game. I just blundered these winning positions. In two winning positions, I just got half points. And
it feels like you're getting great positions, great stuff from the opening, great tactics. What's missing? What's going on?
I don't know. Really, I don't know. Normally, when I got these positions, like winning positions, extra material, I played well. But today's, I mean, I played today 2 games. I really 2 winning position. I just got half points, and okay. I mean, it's I don't know. It's not set, not problem. It's just a miss in 1 moves and 2 moves.
Well, hopefully you can recover for the Blitz. Are you excited for it? Change of pace?
I hope, yeah, because of course after Rapid, okay, it will be not easy because in Rapid we have more times for sync, but in Blitz we just need to push in set knot. But okay, I mean, I enjoyed from all games in this tournament, and for this reason I'm very happy with my chess and results.
Oh, absolutely. 18 more points up for grabs. Shaq, thank you for the interview.
Thank you.
That's it. That concludes the rapid portion of Zagreb. That is just amazing. A little unlucky, but Shaq, thanks for spending some time with us.
Good luck. Thank you.
Just 1 second.
Give me back my microphone, Alejandro. As we review $175,000 up for prize money, but also we have our Grand Chess Tour standings after Warsaw, Poland, and here they are.
Yeah, so Ronin is leading, not present here, by the way, but will reappear right
because
here.
Remember, the tour participants have to play the 2 classics, that's Bucharest and Sinkville Cup, and they have 2 out of 3 as far as the rapids. That's why Fabiano and Levon are missing. And there you see the prize money at the moment. And again, $175,000 up for grabs in Zagreb with $40,000 to the winner. Whew, it's been quite some time these last 3 days, Miro. I have enjoyed calling the action, but as our colleague Cristian said, thrills and spills along the way.
Thrills and spills along the way.
Right.
By the way, speaking of percentage, I think they still held this 50 or more than 50% decisive games, which is really impressive.
Exactly,
It's really
exactly.
impressive.
We've been talking about that aspect of this tournament. 15 games, 9 decisive. And let's go to Zagreb and Anastasia and Alejandro for final thoughts.
Anastasia, we had quite a day here in Zagreb, a surging Magnus, but that's not our headliner.
Yeah, today Jordan van Foreest managed to win actually the rapid part of the tournament, and I'm very impressed by his play. And actually I had the chance also to interview him today as well as you, Alejandro, and he looked so happy, you know, he was so really emotional today. And also it's interesting that Wesley is quite happy with his results so far, but of course the last game when he managed to hold this draw, it was also a very important game for him, and it was really nice to see all the players analyzing, right? I mean, right when they finished their games, they stayed here next to the playing hall analyzing the position, right?
Oh, that was just fascinating for the players. We had Nepo, we had Magnus, we had MVL. Everybody was looking at that pawn endgame, trying to figure out if it was a draw or not. They didn't have the engine evaluation. They were like trying to fight against each other. But eventually everybody concluded it's a draw. Wesley was right. Shaq just couldn't break through on that one. By the way, I was talking to MVL earlier today and talked to him about Jordan. Like, what's going on? What's the wind behind his sails? And he says he's a good player, and you shouldn't be surprised that he scores good points.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, it was really fun to see all this action, and you can still follow them in Instagram stories. So if you want to see some videos with the players behind scene, you can go to our Instagram account, our social media accounts, and find them.
Of course, follow us on Instagram, Grand Chess Tour. And guys, it was awesome to call the Rapid, but I am waiting for the Blitz. I cannot wait, and that'll be tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Alejandro. Thank you, Anastasia. Here's to review our predictions, because none of you, and I'm ashamed of you all, have chosen Jordan. My guy Firouzja was in there with a shout. Carlsen on the outside. Who do we like going into the Blitz?
I still like Magnus, guys.
You still like Magnus?
Me and VAR, we're with Magnus.
I don't know, MVL. When you think about the great Blitz players of the world, I also think Magnus, MVL, and Nakamura.
Magnus, MVL, Nakamura.
Crazy,
okay.
crazy.
So you're backing
beastly.
up, basically.
No,
yeah, so, right,
no,
so
no,
you don't like Firouzja
no,
anymore?
I like Firouzja. I like Firouzja. I liked him better after 8 rounds of play.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, but this gives me hope, right? Because if a couple of rounds ago you would offer me to, to switch the player, I would
happily jump out of the Nepo camp.
But now he won a couple of games,
and you're feeling it.
Yeah, I think we still stand a chance.
Well, thank you everybody for joining us and sharing your day. Remember, this weekend is going to be action nonstop. See you all tomorrow.
Yeah, see you tomorrow. Yasser signing off. Yeah,
absolutely.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.